All right. Hello, my name is Andreas Diaz, or my YouTube channel, Andreas the Pop Culture Guy channel presents. Today, we're going to discuss Empire Strikes Back and its 40th anniversary. This is the 40. Yeah, can't talk today. 40th anniversary talk. This is my co-host John. Say hello.
Hello, everyone. I am John.
So now, today is pretty much Empire Strikes Back, Star Wars. This is a big one for the biggest film, uh, pretty much in the whole franchise. Obviously, The Empire Strikes Back. Um, I mean, everyone knows this is our favorite, probably the number one in the Star Wars saga, the ninth part. So, alright, let's say. So, John, what's your overall opinion of the film? Like, what do you feel about Empire Strikes Back?
I think my personal opinion is, well, it's one of my favorite Star Wars movies, if not my favorite. I think it was also extremely innovative in its use of models and stuff like that. So it was kind of, I think, it was groundbreaking because of that. Uh, in just simply the writing sense, it was also pretty good. I mean, we get our big dramatic plot twist of the entire series in it. So overall, pretty much like 5 out of 5 on a lot of different levels.
Yeah, yeah. This one is I think this is like the actual good film I've been discussing after the OA, because the last two
Yeah,
films have been. I mean, like Batman Forever is a okay film. Like if you review it in the Tim Burton Joel Schumacher film, is the best overall because they focus on Batman. So it's not a bad film as people think of it because of Batman and Robin, because it's right next to it. Unfortunately, with the years, the gaps it has. And then I talked to RoboCop 2. It's such a lackluster sequel to the original RoboCop 1987 film. How ironic that Irvin Kershner also directed that film, RoboCop 2. So, uh, yeah, and this film is for me it's one of the best Star Wars films. I mean, I enjoy it every time I see it on TV. I will watch it because it has that maturity and I think like ambitious that I feel like the other Star Wars films lack in.
absolutely. Yeah.
Which I don't want to go too far with the sequels and prequels, but we'll bring them up because especially the legacy of this film. You know, it's, of course, this film is like big and how it affected the whole story arcs for certain characters.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I want to get into like for you, John. Like, what's the best thing, the best aspect of the film for you in general, like characters or something that sets this apart from the other Star Wars films?
Um, hmm. To me, it's. I mean, as a kid, like my favorite part of the entire movie was definitely the scenes on Hoth with the walkers and stuff like that. Like the stop motion, the huge amount of effort put into stop motion animation in this movie, particularly in that part that made it look so real for something that is miniaturized and also splicing together scenes with the stop motion animation to make it a little more cohesive and stuff like that. It was so I was thinking in would you call that filmography or
Yeah,
cinematography? I think that, in my opinion, is the best part of the movie. Just the absolute impressive creativity in terms of how to make story scenes like that come to life.
yeah. Um, like especially if we want to get into the special editions, this one is the least affected from the
Yes,
big changes that George Lucas did. These effects are really great, the best ones out of the original trilogy. Yeah, John, the stop motion animator, I think John Tippett, or I may be saying that wrong. He's a great stop motion animator, and I think his work is really great in this film. You know, you really see the craftsmanship and the way they show you the scale of these, and the imperial uh, walkers.
Yeah.
Especially when you see them, especially in, I think, yeah, I actually recently seen Rogue One, and it's like incredible how they still keep it live.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to remember if, oh yeah, you see them in, I guess, in The Last Jedi towards the end.
Yeah.
But I feel like Rogue One did it better. But
Agreed. Yeah.
Just saying everyone that I seen Rogue One now, and it was pretty good. So, okay, and anything else besides that? Best aspect of the film?
I think that the sort of the setting up for the next movie was done really well as well. Just story-wise, in terms of Han being put in what it's called, carbonite. I think it's been a long time since I saw it. But yeah, something like that. And the betrayal from Lando and stuff like that. So there was some good dramatic writing that was going on in the movie too. Not the least to mention, the "I am your father" scene was also done really well.
Yeah.
Bringing Yoda into the mix and stuff like that.
Yeah,
there's a lot of dramatic quality in it.
Yeah. I just say before, it's the most mature film. Yeah, and the new characters are really great. You know, obviously Lando and Yoda is the big ones. Of course, Boba Fett was introduced in this film.
Absolutely.
I mean, I know he was introduced in the Christmas specials or whatever.
Yeah, well.
But yeah, well, whatever. I mean, he was properly introduced in the Empire Strikes Back, like for the bigger audience.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess what's like. I guess like this is gonna be interesting. What's like the worst aspect and like the worst thing you think that this film has, like story points and like
the worst thing that is in it?
Yeah.
It's kind of hard because there's a lot of good things. To me, what Star Wars has always kind of lacked is, especially in the original trilogy, maybe some people will disagree with me, but it's very, the characters don't necessarily have a lot of depth to them. They're kind of one-dimensional in a lot of ways, at least in this trilogy. But I think that, in a sense, is to focus more on the fantasy aspect, because it's an adventure movie. It's not really heavily going into the characters themselves and bringing them out of a one-dimensional kind of situation. So it doesn't necessarily take anything away from the film to have not necessarily the most deeply written characters. But I will say that, it's Luke's, the hero's journey is pretty typical. It's pretty standard. Leia's character doesn't really necessarily do a huge amount.
Yeah.
So I'd say the character writing was not the best, but that's not really what Star Wars is known for. So
no, not with Star Trek.
Yeah, exactly.
I was listening to was it like a video of a podcast or like a show in YouTube. One of these commenters mentioned Star Wars, like it was it was, they were using Guardians of the Galaxy, the Marvel movies.
Yep.
How like the first one was a character, like a plot-driven film, and then the second film, Volume 2 of Guardians, was like a character-driven film.
Yeah.
I'd say this film is more like a character-driven film, where the first Star Wars film is like a plot-driven film. I agree everything what you say about the character development. I mean, with Luke's is the best because his art is more refocused on these films. This is about him and
exactly.
Star Wars stuff. And for me, I can see what you're saying are typical, but that's the point of Star Wars. Like.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, it's they weren't trying to necessarily create some wholly unique, in a sense, dramatic narrative. It was about the sort of the thrill of it, you know.
Yeah. But no, I agree with you. And I'm like saying, like, for me, what makes Luke's in this film very good, it's like how like hard for him, and like see him fail is like the most unique thing I ever seen in a film. I never seen like a hero like just fail like that so hard,
Yeah,
especially towards the end. Like it was so, like, especially now, like that's when I say like this film is mature, like it's mature around Luke. And for me, that's where it becomes very like original and innovative, because you never see stories with the hero's arc where you see the hero just utterly fell and not like taking like criticization
you're
once.
left on like a cliffhanger, kind of like, oh crap, how are we gonna get out of this?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Especially, I do agree with you. I think like it's not. I don't think it's this film. It's pretty much Return of the Jedi for me in terms of painting off things. Leia is a good point. I like Leia in this film. I like what they did with her with Han, but when you get into Return of the Jedi, it's where it's just like it,
Yeah,
it
no, Return of the Jedi was not the best one.
yeah. I just like Han should have been in that film. Like he didn't do much after they get him out of that carbon freezing process, and Leia was like obviously this film they foreshadowed like there was another. Obviously, then
Yeah,
they were foreshadowing Leia being the other sibling they can
yeah.
rope into, but then that didn't. Yeah,
Nothing happened.
especially when you get into the sequel trilogy, it's like we didn't do anything, and unfortunately, certain hasn't happened with
Yeah.
the actress, and so yeah. Other things, I guess like that's like my worst thing. Um, yeah, this film is pitch perfect, and um, there's like a commitment, there's like a vision that I feel like for me, like the worst aspect is like this film, like you like I wish that for me these the other Star Wars films took this film as inspiration as being ambitious and being risky with the universe,
Yeah.
like feel like especially with characters, and I feel like that's something that's been missing with pretty much all the Star Wars films, prequels and the sequel trilogy. um okay, so I guess let's kind of well, we have the characters. I guess the best thing, like, who's your best character in this film that you just
Um, I'm always like okay, so if we're going off of like this is probably not even relevant as an answer to the question, but we got to respect Boba Fett. Looks pretty cool. Boba Fett's a pretty crazy guy.
yeah,
Obviously, practically zero character development. He's not really a character. He's just a cool suit, basically.
yeah.
But that's pretty cool. But favorite character besides that little note that needed to be made. Let me see. I mean, I guess Luke. Luke, because again, as you said before, he sort of has the most focus on him. He's not a, you know. So yeah, I'd probably say Luke.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Like overall, Luke is the best in the film. He gets the
Yep.
most focus and like the most interesting story. Best character for me in this film is Han. I feel like Harrison Ford really like the comedic beat
Yeah, quips and
hits it right out of the bay, and it's so great, especially in the hospital scene where the joke about him being a scruffy looking is very funny.
yeah. No, they definitely really leaned into the Star Wars humor that the films are known for in this one.
Yeah,
Whereas in the first one, it was kind of like sort of teasing it here and there, but it was still trying to maintain just a basic kind of sci-fi movie. This one really made it its own, as you say, matured and stuff like that, and really came into itself. So
yeah, yeah, especially like like the humor in Star Wars are always inconsistent. Like when you get to Return of the Jedi, it gets a little more child's play. Uh, unfortunately, uh, with the Ewoks and stuff like that. But what are you gonna do? Yeah, and second favorite character is Lando. We should talk about Lando because he's another character that I like, and I'm so annoyed how he's been used in the sequel trilogy. Like it's like
Yeah,
so like Lando is another great character they introduce. He's one of my favorites. Of course, Bill D. Williams is great. Um, I like the relationship between him and Han. I like how they set that up. And like, and especially in Return of the Jedi, I kind of like where he ends in the
yeah.
original trilogy, and um, you know, whatever about the sequel trilogy, but I think he's one of those great additions to the cast. And,
Oh yeah, Lando was a great. He added some like good kind of humor to it too. Him and Han, they basically bounce off of each other.
yeah, yeah. My favorite was my favorite line when they get into the Cloud City, of course. And of course, you say, "Hey, Chewbacca, still hanging with the loser." That's such a great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
that's
was
great.
good. And it also, I like the interactions that they have also help to, I think, develop Han's character a little bit more. I mean, like sort of adding a history, like he's not just, so like sort of in episode 4, it's like he's a smuggler, he's just doing this thing, just your ordinary kind of smuggler guy. But then with this, it sort of adds a little more backstory. Okay, there's other people who know Han, like he won the ship in a basic way and stuff like that. So it's adds some depth to it.
Yeah. This film does a good job of world building of the universe. I like how like the world's like gray. Of course, Lando betrays them, but there's good reasons. He's trying to protect the city. You know,
Yeah.
over the empire. Um, and yeah, this film does a really good job of doing good character background. Other character that's, of course, obviously the best and the most iconic one is Yoda. He's the amazing one. I like, especially now you see it as you get older. Like it's very cool to see this like crazy, like funny
Yeah. No, that was a good scene. Yeah.
yeah, and then he just switched into like a serious mentor, and it's like incredible. Such a great, very expectations of who Yoda was, and so yeah, he's great in this film. He really does a really good job of trying to take Luke to become a Jedi Knight, but also trying to explain him how
Yeah.
control them. And it's just a shame Luke didn't listen to him because he was right, and the way like he barely escaped. Luke.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Yeah,
yeah.
we should also note that, I mean, this is the first movie with the Emperor in it, too.
Oh yes, yeah. This one as well. Yeah, this film does a really good job of foreshadowing the third film, like just setting up the seeds what you're gonna see in next film. Yeah, the Emperor was very interesting. Um, yeah. Do you? I guess just like the special edition, we got who's the actor that play him and
I forget his name, but I know the guy. Yeah.
hold on, it should be here. It was Ian Burnham, I think that's his name.
Yes. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that man, it's like you're were you happy that they include the actor that we saw in Empire Strikes Back into in this film because it looks totally different from the original film. Like you seen the original cut of the Empire Strikes Back of
I grew up on with the original trilogy. I grew up on like the last VHS tapes that they put out before the special edition. So I'm actually like I'm used to that.
Wow.
So.
Oh yeah, that's so cool. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, I guess we kind of should discuss about. Oh, let's kind of dive into the special editions because obviously this trilogy has special editions, and obviously Lucas, add scenes and then try to fix them. And and I say before earlier in this podcast, if this film is the least effective, there was no adding scene like there's one added scene, but it works compared to the other things. And of course, what I mentioned about the one added scene is the Hoth scene with the beast that took Luke in.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So it's way better than in my opinion. It's better it's better here than in the original. Where this is, you see the more better, like this is what they wanted to do. Where compared to the original attempt, they couldn't really do that due to the limitation of the effects and the puppeteering.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, it's tough with the things like the special editions because it's very easy to like, especially when you're trying to correct things. It doesn't. There's a reason people. I mean, people liked it in the first place. It didn't necessarily need some of these, like, not to get onto another movie, but the Han talking with Jabba on Tatooine. It was
Yeah.
just kind of like, this wasn't. No one needed this. No one needed
No.
that. But like, little things like, say, with the I think they call them wampas or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can understand that just a little tiny things and just scrubbing it, fixing things a little bit are good. But yeah.
Yeah. The New Hope gets the worst of it, unfortunately. And especially the Jabba Hutt, that ruins the surprise of him in Return of the Jedi.
Exactly. Yeah.
And and I don't know why Lucas did that. I just he's if you like, it's kind of like a director's cut basically with this special edition, but in
Yeah.
a different way. Like the directors do. The directors that do the director's cut do a good job of trying to fit into the vision. Here it's like Lucas barely did that with New Hope. And obviously with this one, and obviously this one was directed by his mentor. So I guess it kind of, this film got escaped from the radical changes that Lucas did. Where I mentioned with that one scene, it makes sense.
Yes.
Like where the others just it's superfluous and just like you're just showing off really, and I don't like that.
Yeah.
And then Return of the Jedi has like small it's just like the beginning with the Cinelon thing in the was it bar. That's like
Yes. Oh, yeah. That was really weird. Really weird.
I know.
It was not necessary at all.
Oh my god, yeah. Especially the guy's like he jumps in, like he just runs into the screen and he's like breaking furrows, like city. It's like,
I
oh
don't know why anyone felt that, like, you know what we need? We need that. We need this to happen now.
yeah. Oh my god, the special distance. Yeah, it's great that this film was just not radically changed. The changes make sense. Of course, we mentioned the Emperor. That's another big change that was in the later, I guess, the later special editions when the prequels were going on.
Yeah.
And that makes sense because you're trying to fit into because Emperor was going to be in Return of the Jedi. That makes sense.
Make it consistent. Yeah.
Yeah, where the Jabba thing and New Hope doesn't make sense. So that's what we all have to say about special edition, folks. That's like, this film is the best out of the special editions. There's no added things that, as I mentioned before, the effects here are great. So that's good. And then the changes that they did in this film made more sense than really the other changes, and especially in New Hope, where Return of the Jedi is okay. It's it's reasonable. Okay, what I guess we can go into the other one is the score. Empire Strikes Back. Of course, obviously, John Williams has pretty much composed the whole 9 parts,
Yeah.
which is crazy. What do you think about the Empire Strikes Back soundtrack?
I thought it was pretty good. I mean, he establishes kind of distinct themes for the different places and stuff like that. Continues with the themes that he had from Episode 4, like Leia's, Luke's, blah blah blah. The Imperial theme. Was the Imperial March in the original film, or is this?
No,
so yeah, this is like the big reveal of that song, that composition, which is obviously the most memorable thing, at least in my opinion, from all of the movies. So really nice job, really blew it out of the park.
Yeah. yeah, best best soundtrack. Yeah, this film, honestly introduced the iconic Imperial March, and Darth Vader's score. Um, now you hear is just with those characters. Um, Best section of the music is Lando's theme. That's the best one. I recently heard it, and that's like really, really great. Especially,
I'll have to take another re-listen. It's been a while, so.
yeah, his theme is very unique, and it's like it's his theme. You know it right away. Especially it starts, that's how it starts, and then it builds up into this like heroes kind of theme for Lando, which is kind of cool. You hear that when he talks to Leia, and then he kind of starts walking out the screen when Leia goes inside the building.
Mhm.
You can hear that theme right there. It's really good. Honestly, the battle scene with Darth and Luke is really
Oh, yeah.
iconic. It's one of the best, especially when we get into like the last part. That music section there is really great. Um, yeah, the John Williams did a really great job with the soundtrack, and honestly, this and Return of the Jedi, the best soundtrack of the original trilogy. Very
Absolutely.
just memorizing. But yeah, the music is really great. What else do we have to mention? I I guess any worst characters in this film? What do you think? Which one gets the most undeveloped and just they didn't
Uh,
really get?
Undeveloped. I would say. hmm, I feel like Darth Vader continues to be underdeveloped, but he's kind of underdeveloped for most of the film, except most of the whole series until like the last 20 minutes of Return of the Jedi. Um, but it's also, I mean, villains aren't necessarily in sci-fi. It's not really expected that the villain has like an immense backstory or something like that. They're just kind of evil.
Yeah,
But I would say Darth Vader doesn't is sort of well, it does add a little bit of complexity, but it's in the last 10 minutes of the film. Basically, he's this normal big baddie, and then now all of a sudden, I'm your father, which sort of recontextualizes their relationship, obviously, but it doesn't really change anything about him in a lot of ways. Um,
um, yeah. Wow, it's very interesting you chose Darth Vader. Because I think he's the best in this film. Because you have to remember, and in The New Hope, obviously, he was like I didn't realize he's like a servant to General Tarkin.
oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
And of course, General Tarkin played by Peter Kushner, folks. Yeah, like he was a servant there, and we didn't get too much about him. Just got the the textualize of who the dark side, who was the emperor, and then like that stuff.
Yeah.
And this film really did a good job of like expanding Darth Vader as a villain, like how he could run as a big top general of the imperial forces.
Yeah,
This
no, that's a good point.
you know
Um,
and
maybe I'll shift it to Leia then, because it's she does get sort of the love interest develops a little bit more with Han and stuff like that, but still nothing, not like a huge amount.
no, I yeah I want to get to Leia because she is definitely the one that just doesn't get the most, I think, in this trilogy and really the sequel trilogy. But
Yeah, she
I
doesn't.
want,
They don't really do a lot, and I think they could have done a lot more with her character. So
yeah, uh, definitely. For me, like I want to get back to the Darth Vader thing.
yeah,
He has the best comedic moments as well. Like I just love the running gag of him just choking out his
just choking people and disagree with them, just like you're done.
hair done. Oh my god, it's too hilarious. Especially like the second one. Like was it Polly's accepted? Uh, was it apology accepted? Captain Nina.
Yes,
One of my favorite.
that was that was a good scene.
I love the setup. Like he say, "All right, prepare my ship. I will apologize to Vader and take full responsibility." And then, and like when you see the scene in his ship going to the the big
Yeah, yeah.
cruiser, and then you see him choking, and it's like you see Vader like you see him up and you say, probably accepted Captain EA and like told his guard to grab him. So
Exactly. Yeah, no, that's a very good scene. And we can, I mean, Darth Vader had some good lines in this, like the no disintegrations that bad.
yeah, no association.
Good stuff. Yeah, they did good dialogue job with him in this movie.
Yeah. There's a couple of good Imperial forces that they introduced in this film. I know Ambrol. What's the character's name? Ambrol something. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of Ambrols, and this their names are like also weird. I'm just looking at no, no. All right, well, I don't know what was that for the new Emperor general after his previous one just fell in the beginning of the film. Like it was just
Yeah.
like he was so like how he like he should be scared of Darth Vader, and he is so cocky. It's like I don't like it's so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get to Leia. She's definitely the worst. Like, I'm not saying, folks, that she's the worst character. She's just this is like a nitpick that the most undeveloped character in the film, or just doesn't get enough to do, is Leia, and I feel like she like this is her better role in really at all, folks. The other films. This is way better of Return of the Jedi, way better than Force Awakens and really the sequel trilogy, honestly. And unfortunately as well, when we get to The Last Jedi and stuff like that. Yeah, I think it was good to pair up Han, but also do like a romantic thing, which really works, I think, in
Yeah,
the
I think
film.
so.
And it could have been potential of her becoming either a Jedi, the next Jedi, or like Luke train her, but like really those stuff just doesn't get paid off very well in the third or really the later series, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I mean, again, it's just the problem with those kind of films with the female characters. Back then
Yeah.
doesn't get a lot of stuff.
Exactly.
Sorry. Anyway, yeah. What else? I guess not sticking with worst characters. I want to talk about the other characters. They're great. Chewbacca and C-3PO and R2-D2. They're great in these films.
Yeah. I remember that. I mean, I can kind of even imagine it in my head right now. The scene where C-3PO gets kind of torn apart, basically, and everyone forgets about him. It's just, he's just probably doing something weird.
I know.
And Chewbacca's the only one who actually cares about it. you know, very strange. Very strange. It continues this trend that everyone kind of doesn't like C-3PO, despite the fact that he does a lot of things.
Oh, I mean, he's just not like. I mean, it's kind of funny gag. Because he doesn't see the optimistic and the positivity of trying to get out of the situation. Like that happens throughout this film. Like especially the asteroid field they go
Yes.
into. And of course honestly with these robots they do the calculation and they're saying like this is maybe how we will escape this, and it's very funny. And then of course him just battling words, and then of course Han tell Leia to turn him off, and then they did. So
Yeah.
he's like a very annoying character, and that's what the character's supposed to be.
Yeah. No, I absolutely. That's the point. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, like they were like I mean they were where was he? Because it was suspicious, and him blowing up, it was a clue that the Emperor was, the Imperial forces were there. Which
Okay.
I never like. It was weird how because like I thought it was one of Lando's people that were working at like I don't know like thing that destroyed him, but
No.
it seemed more like Imperial forces. It was weird how they set that thing up.
Yeah, it was. It was. I remember it was kind of confusing how he came to that conclusion. It's very, very odd. But
Yeah, weird. Um, who else? R2-D2. He's another great character. He's better over CPO, and I like how his character is in this film.
yeah, no, they added. Interestingly, it feels like they gave R2-D2 more development than Leia. in a certain sense. Like they definitely with the Yoda scene, they really gave him some personality.
Oh
So,
my God, I feel sorry for R2D2. He gets dirty. He and, like he tries to help Luke. He tried to hold the light thing where Yo-Yo was
yeah,
like wanting, and that's another funny scene. Yeah, and then he tries to get everyone out of the Cloud City. Trying to and he basically find out what happened with the harp. Was it the hyperdrive and the Mannequin Falcon, and like it's kind of funny how C3PO doubts him. It's like he knows what he's doing. I mean,
yeah. Like, come on, yeah,
it's just too funny. Yeah, you're right. R2D2 does get a lot here, and of course he's looking a pan to Luke. Obviously.
yeah.
Um,
No, exactly.
then we can get into Chewbacca. He's another character that's great in this film.
Yeah, no, they with the. I do think that with the C-3PO bit where he's sort of trying to put them back together and stuff like that, especially when Han gets put in the carbonite and sort of Chewbacca's emotions at that point and stuff like that. Very, very well done for especially for a character who can't talk.
No.
So they did a neat job with that.
Yeah. I love Chewbacca. He's a great character. They do a good job with him in this film. He has great bits. I love his laugh when, what is it? What is it? Leia tells Han that in your dreams, Laser Brand starts laughing, and it's
Yeah,
just
yeah, exactly.
the most funniest laugh I heard, and it's
It
just
makes him less like despite the look, it's sort of like he's not a complete alien or anything like that.
yeah,
He's legitimately a person, you know.
yeah, yeah. He's a great companion. He's one of the best characters. It was sad to hear the actor that passed away. Um,
Yeah,
Pierre Menu. Oh no, sorry, not Pierre Menu. Sorry, yeah, Pierre Menu. I was correct. Pierre
and
Menu.
that was in the last year or something, right?
Yeah, it was 2 years before the Rise of Skywalker. It was before Rise of Skywalker release, so it was like a long time ago. It's crazy how many Star Wars actors pass away like this decade,
I know. Yeah. Well,
which is sad.
it's that age group.
Yeah, just really really sad. And yeah, and who else we should? Is there any characters? I mean, besides, I guess Boba Fett. I guess I didn't talk about Boba Fett. You mentioned before he's a cool character. Um, he, I mean, I like it because he has green color. So I mean, you put green in characters, they're my favorite. So that's
Yeah,
great.
no, absolutely. I mean,
Um,
they also what I think is interesting beyond Boba Fett, kind of in relation to him, is that scene where Darth Vader has all the bounty hunters and stuff like that.
yeah,
And like, of course, I remember like getting toys, and they're in all the like the Lego sets, all the other bounty hunters. Kind of, it continues the world building that I think really makes Star Wars what it is. Like the fact that there are all these little threads that you can basically imagine whatever you want about it. It
mm,
makes it a deeper world than just because, in a sense, there's very few characters in this movie. I mean, there's Luke, Leia, Han, Chewbacca, C-3PO, R2-D2, Yoda, Darth Vader,
Lando.
Lando, and in a sense, it's kind of it. Besides just secondary characters and stuff like that,
Yeah,
but they did. They always do a very good job on making those secondary and not even speaking roles more at the forefront, simply based on their visual appearance, makes them interesting. Like even they call him Lobot, the guy with the in Cloud City with the weird headphones,
yeah,
the guy who's a robot. They did it.
yeah.
He kind of looks completely uninteresting, except for the fact that he's got this thing and he acts kind of weird. And you know, it opens the door to giving this person a name and creating this whole story behind them. That's I think really what makes Star Wars a very interesting world in the way
Yeah,
that they did it in the movies.
yeah, I totally agree with that. Especially this film. As mentioned before, this film does a really good job of world building.
Oh,
This
totally.
the best like geographical planets
Mhm.
right after the prequels. Like I don't like the prequels. I grew up watching them. I seen episode 3 and 2 and I seen episode 2 in theaters. Just maybe episode 3, folks.
Yeah, it's a long time ago.
Yeah. But like this film does a really good job of giving you different geographic planets, like how the prequels would do later on.
Yeah.
Um, like I love, the Hoth is the best. And Cloud City is really great. Yoda's planet is very unique. Where the layer, next film, Return of the Jedi, and then the sequel trilogy, just like for me, it really lacked that geographical like
Well,
uniqueness.
it's kind of boring. I mean,
Yeah,
it feels less fantasy-ish almost. I mean, in Return of the Jedi, you basically what is it? You have it's Endor and the Death Star. I mean, that's basically it. Um,
Tatooine. We go back.
and
Well,
Tatooine, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
and
Which is it's just not in Tatooine. Going back to Tatooine, they didn't really build a lot of the area around it. All you basically, it's like, oh, we're back on Tatooine, and here's this palace, and that's what we're gonna do. And that's basically the extent of what they did there. Whereas in Hoth, it's sort of like, here's this planet, they're going to attack us, and it's snow, and you see the creatures around and stuff like that. Adds some depth, uh, depth to it. So, but
yeah,
like the Ewoks, it's kind of
yeah. It's it's like toy commercial. Like that's the thing. Like
very strange.
it's yeah, Fraternity is weird. Ugh. I mean, I don't hate it, but like when you get to the Ewoks, I'm like, how is this
It
goofy?
well, it takes away the maturity that well, it feels that it takes away the maturity that Empire Strikes Back brought to the table.
Yeah, I mean, again, like it's really tough, especially to create new and like a try create like a new and unique set of scenes and and planets to do. And I understand that, but I don't know. Like Return Jedi just felt too safe, and like that's the problem when it kind of seep into the sequel trilogy more than the prequels, which is weird. I like it seemed like it's kind of weird how the prequel trilogy took more risk and more vicious ideas, but it wasn't executed right. But then you get the sequel trilogy; they handled well with the characters. In my opinion, I'm just talking Force Awakens and how Last Jedi does handle characters, but like they handle well with the characters, like relationship and actors and stuff like that, better than the prequels. But then they lack of ambitious and risk
The
taking.
story itself was rather safe in the
Exactly.
sequels.
It's just weird how like the next two trilogies take each aspect of the virtual trilogy, but that they know balance just really helpfully middle ground. And I just don't get that. Really bizarre. Yeah, and just picking back about secondary characters that works really well, especially in the Imperial forces. Like you get those secondary characters that
Yeah,
like just add
basically cannon fodder for Darth Vader to choke, basically. Right?
exactly like they're the best and like it really expand the universe as well. You're talking about how they get a moment and like how they get stuff to do. Like you'd see that with especially with the Emperor forces, the Imperial
Yeah.
force, and
Well,
like
it makes it a situation where it's not necessarily like you're consciously thinking this, but you may subconsciously be thinking, "Oh, what are they doing when they're not on the video call with Darth Vader or something like that? Like this is their job, so they must be doing you know their job. They're continuing to do it, but they're actors that are working essentially. It's more than just Darth Vader that's in
yeah,
control. So it's like it makes the Empire as a whole more developed.
yeah, yeah, because the first one does a good job of how the grounded Imperial forces review the world and like how they operate, and then you
Yeah.
see Darth Vader taking over it, and he's like much more like military, like radical. Like you see a radical zealot handling it, and like it's like for like it's impressive how Dark Vader does it. Like it gets the job done, you know.
Yeah.
Like it's
Well,
very interesting.
I think what actually something interesting that's making me think about is where the Empire got that. I don't think the Rebellion really got that kind of a development until Return of the Jedi. If anything, that's one of the good things about Return of the Jedi is they really did the same thing that they've been doing with the Empire in terms of these other characters that are in it. They only did that in Return of the Jedi. In this one, it almost feels like it's the Skywalker and Solo show, basically. Whereas it doesn't feel
Yeah,
like there's a lot of other people in the rebellion. Like they're
they
just
yeah
they just do some things, you know. But it's really all about what these three people are doing. Like the rebellion is more than just Skywalkers and Solo.
those yeah. Well, and actually that's a really good point because you know you don't get the very iconic characters you see later on in the sequel trilogy or the spin-offs. You know, the Star Wars stories. You
Yeah.
know, like the lady you see in Return of the Jedi comes back in, you know, Rogue One. I saw, and you know, and there's other characters that return from the prequels, and if you heard them lip service in either the original New Hope or stuff like that, you're right. But then you have to understand, like, also the story. Like you hear the title Empire Strikes Back, you see the like this movie does show you how the Imperial forces are just gunning the rebellion force,
Absolutely.
and like you don't have time with them, and honestly the story takes the our main characters off, and so they're not with the rebellion.
No, absolutely. Like it wasn't the time or the place to do something like that, you know. But A New Hope didn't necessarily uh, have a huge focus on the rebellion. I mean, sort
No,
of this random guy from Tatooine just shows up and he blows up the Death Star basically, compared to all of these rebels who've been there probably for years helping them fight against the Empire, and then this random kid just comes and does the job for him,
yeah,
which is fine. I'm sure that they were still very happy about that, but it does, I think, show they didn't really, in the same way that they've developed the Empire, they don't really develop the rebellion until later on, which isn't a bad thing.
no,
Because, as you just said, Empire Strikes Back is very much focused on this specific set of characters, as opposed to the struggle as a whole.
no, yeah, I agreed. And that's a major problem in the sequel trilogy. I feel like they don't. This trilogy does a good job of defining the true opposing factors. You know, the Imperial Rebellion Alliance, and then the Emperors, the Imperial.
Yeah.
Like you know, the first one they give you a clear idea of what the two forces are, and then
Yeah.
the second film they give you what is the Imperial forces are and what they can do, and then
Yeah.
Turn of the Jedi they really go more of like how the Rebellion Alliance are and like how they operate, and you're right, they really explain that, and they get the Rebellion Alliance get more depth in the later films, especially Rogue One. I feel like that's the film that I highly recommend watching it because they give you more context of how they were and before you saw the original trilogy. That really
Absolutely.
explains that. And you mentioned how long they've been working. Like one of the main characters in Rogue One, and not spoilers, but like he mentions this one point that was interesting that he's been there since he's a child.
Yeah.
So you know we didn't really get into that depth with the Rebellion Alliance. So yeah. And speaking of that, I want to ask you: are you a big Star Wars fan or Star Trek? I remember we discussed this before, but like,
I personally prefer Star Wars. Just maybe it's just because I grew up with it and stuff like that. But it's they serve in a sense almost different purposes. One of them is more philosophical and focused on the side part of sci-fi. Star Wars, I would say, is a fantasy movie that is using science, like not science, but science fiction elements to tell its story. It's the story of Star Wars, in a sense, could be put in any other kind of fantasy setting. Uh, sort
yeah,
of like it could be in a Lord of the Rings, like a Tolkien kind of setting, and it would be pretty much the same thing. The narrative, you could keep the narrative as the same. Um, but Star Trek, you can't, like, it's a lot of it is based upon the technology, and sort
Yeah.
of the a spacefaring civilization.
Yeah. Uh, yeah. I mean, it's very interesting. Because I wanted to discuss that because we got this film and Star Trek 2, Wrath of Khan, and I will say I'm a big fan of Star Trek. I think more. I just feel like the characters, for me, diversity is a big thing, and I like how Star Trek is very diverse with its characters. I like the science fiction of it. I like how Gene Roddenberry, does this like ideal,
Yeah.
concept, which I like. I like they talk about high concept ideas,
Yeah.
and they're a little more um, verified with their creatures and planets and
Yeah.
such, where you don't get that with the Star Wars films, especially the later ones, where it just, uh, well, I mean, both these franchises have problems with getting away from their sequels. Um, Influence, unfortunately, but more so in Star Trek than uh, I think Star Wars. Well, I mean, I yeah, I think, so with comparing like Star Trek 2 and Empire, which one is the better for you? If in your
Between Star Trek and Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, like Star Trek 2, Wrath of Khan, like what how you think which one's the best?
Between the Star Trek, I mean, especially if you compare it to Wrath of Khan, it kind of gets difficult. They're both very good. I would, I'd probably say that I'd like Wrath of Khan more, just because there is this the so one of the pluses and negatives of Star Wars is that they, as I've said before, they do a huge amount to set up world building. They do a lot to say run wild with your imagination, essentially, but
Right.
they don't necessarily build off of it all the time. Like I said, they have all these bounty hunters, and it's sort of like it's showing you that the world is deeper than just what we're talking about here, but they
Yeah.
don't go into it. Um, Star Trek, on the other hand, it feels like when they post something that is not relevant yet, or it's not like they don't not talk about things. They very
Right.
much go into detail about it. And that's partially, I think, because it's coming from a TV show. It's not coming from being a movie on its own in a
Yeah.
sense. So they have not only the time, but the general focus of being TV is sort of, because we have the time, we are going to talk about this and we're going to build it more. Star Wars has an hour and a half to 2 hours, 2.5 hours basically to tell a whole story, and they're not going to put the time into explaining who IG-88 is, or like what is going on in Cloud City
Yeah.
before this, or something like that. So they have the room to make it more complicated in a sense. So
Yeah.
at the end of the day, I sitting down and watching a movie or something like that, something like Wrath of Khan would be. Uh, I'd more often be in the mood for that because it is a very complete narrative. Uh, though Star Wars, in terms of setting, um, allowing the watchers to sort of let their imagination run wild, that has its own benefits too.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, and I like how you say that, because Star Trek Wrath of Khan is not only a sequel to an episode, but like it brought very good scientific ideas, but also they set up things that you see later on in the almost like trilogy they have from 2 to 4.
Yeah, yeah,
Like Star Trek 3 is literally picking up what happened to Spock, but
exactly.
also they pay off the thing that he did to McCoy was pay off very well, and then the fourth one is wrapping up the whole thing. You know,
Exactly.
and playing Spock, and where you look at the Star Wars trilogy, it's like if you hear like the behind the scenes or like the documentaries of like Star Wars, you see Lucas just it was always one movie at a time, and then they will after that they will like expand the universe, and but then they do contradict a lot of things, like Leia and Luke being sisters and brother was never a thing. Like it was, I say,
Exactly. Yeah. Well, that's part of what makes Empire Strikes Back sort of one of the best movies. And personally,
yeah,
this is something that I like about the prequels, is that the narrative does continue. It's a cohesive kind of like there are relevant things from other movies and setting up other stories and stuff like that, and you know that it will be resolved in a sense.
yeah,
So like in this one, you get there's another. So you know that Leia is not just this random person. She's related to Luke. You know that after Darth Vader says, "I'm your father," that this has huge implications about what's going to happen next and stuff like that. Whereas very much in the first movie, because it was probably like, let's just put this out there, we'll make some money, and then it was sort of like, wait, we can expand this whole world, we can make more movies, because episode 4 is it's self-contained. You don't need to do another movie. You
no,
think you won, everything's good now.
yeah,
And then episode 5 says, hold on, it's not over, that didn't resolve
yeah,
everything. So
yeah,
very interesting.
yeah. I'm not saying the other's the best or anything like that, folks.
Oh no,
I'm just saying that like I'm not want to start a Star Trek versus Star Wars thing. I'm just like it's very easy to compare these two properties. I want to do that with the future talks if I have with the both franchise, and I know soon Star Trek 2 will have this big anniversary. Excited to talk about that with that film soon. But like yeah, both films are very mature. They really do a good job of being very ambitious and taking risks with their characters. Testing out character dynamic you didn't really expect. And then both films do a really good job of adding new characters into the franchise. But I agree with John. Honestly, like I prefer Star Trek more than Star Wars. I think I prefer Star Trek to Wrath of Khan. Now, speaking of that, I want to discuss, and I think we should like maybe wrap up. I don't know how long you can stay, but
probably wrap up within the next 5-10.
okay. I want to discuss now the legacy. What do you think about like the legacy of this film? Like how did it affect Star Wars in general? Like the legacy of this film, and like did it like especially did good for Star Wars, and then but what was like the ramification of it? So
I think this one sort of sets the tone of what Star Wars is sort of supposed to be. Not only do you have very like I mean, in a sense, it brings the whole story to be like the story of Star Wars to be about Darth Vader and the Skywalkers as a whole, but mostly about Darth Vader.
right,
It kind of centers it there by revealing that he is Luke's father in the context of Obi-Wan saying in the previous film that, oh, your father died and Darth Vader killed your father. It makes it like, oh crap, this is very complicated, and and triggers the next movie to be about sort of redeeming Darth Vader, because it's
yeah,
that in the path that Luke is going down, he can't kill Darth Vader, and it's even more nuanced because he's his father. So that in the next movie, essentially Darth Vader is probably going to be redeemed in some way.
yeah,
And then of course that sets the tone for what the prequels are going to be about, and again sets the tone for what the sequels are going to be about, whether they were good or not. But
yeah,
it's and especially with the showcasing different planets and stuff like that, it sort of, I think, really sets the tone for that. It sets the tone for the creativity in terms of cinematography, and like the different things that they're going to do. I mean, you have the stop motion, but you also have the puppets and stuff like that. So it really says, what we did last time was like a flashy thing. We were trying it out, but this is what this series is going to be. This is going to be about creativity. It's going to be about the fantasy aspects, and it's going to be about basically Darth Vader.
yeah. I totally agree. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I sorry to interrupt. What else?
No, it's just I think this is what it's basically the exact same thing that I've been saying, is that Empire Strikes Back defined what Star Wars is in a sense.
Yes, I mean it took like a simple story and make it into a complex one. Because
Mhm.
how, especially like the Uncle, no, not Uncle Ben, the Ben, well, Obi-Wan saying to Luke about how what happened to his father and who Darth Vader was, and and you're right. It was like okay, but then coming to this film, you think it's like I mean, it's a retcon and contradicting what that say, but then you're saying it actually adds complexity and complication,
Exactly.
and that's the part I do like. Where the other ones, I don't feel like you really don't need that, like especially looking Leia being
Yeah.
brother is weird, but whatever.
Well, it's also like the reveal about being his father and how it contradicts what Obi-Wan had said, and adding a depth to it is that it's interesting because there are other attempts, let's say, like in the sequels and also in other movies and stuff like that, where people will try to essentially negate whatever was done in the movie previously.
Yeah,
But this took an interesting and, in my opinion, kind of a smarter move and simply made it more complicated, as we just said, which is better than simply trying to say, no, it's not really like that. Because that makes the story less appealing in some ways, because it feels like if anything can be just rescinded, then it's kind of annoying.
yeah, but how ironic you're saying that because that happened in the new trilogy with Ray, and like how you were saying one thing because they were trying to set up something, but then it got like it got like got changed up in the Last Jedi, and then they just like stepped back and Rise of
Yeah.
Skywalker, and like
Narratively, the sequel trilogy to me is, I haven't seen the last movie yet. I've heard some things about it, but I feel like it's just a narrative mess.
yeah, yeah, that like that movie shows what could the original trilogy could been, right? Because you look at how the original was, that is what the sequel trilogy is, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Not having Lucas or someone that had a strong vision,
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I think, and then lastly, I know this is gonna be kind of weird. How could you? I mean, obviously, how you rank the films, the Star Wars films, and especially this film, Empire Strikes Back.
Well, I think we can pretty quickly put. Okay. So starting from the bottom, because I feel like that's easier.
Yeah.
I would say Force Awakens I haven't seen the ninth movie, so I'm just not going to even think about it. And I'm going to disregard Solo and Rogue One right now, just because I feel like it makes more sense to talk about this
The main
Skywalker narrative.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah.
I think Force Awakens was the worst, just because it was a complete copy, in my opinion, of the other movies, and it just wasn't even as inspiring as the original ones. Um, then probably The Last Jedi, simply because they tried to do something with the tools that they had. It wasn't necessarily a good movie, but at least it wasn't a copy,
Yeah.
in a sense. And we could probably put the Phantom Menace, just because it's the Phantom Menace. It's not. It's just not a good movie. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put Clone Wars, Attack of the Clones, before Phantom Menace. In terms of it's Attack of the Clones is like spewing information without. It's just so it's kind of a boring movie. I don't know why. It just doesn't. It's not exciting. There's a lot of things going on, and it's mostly to me a filler of information that sets up Episode 3.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
That film like it takes a weird like different genre to do. Like it's like kind of where it does like this mystery, like detective noir kind of thing.
Yeah,
and
it's very odd. And then the whole romance stuff was kind of that didn't feel very Star Warsy. And in a way, I think that Attack of the Clones is what really gives the prequels a bad name, because it just wasn't good. And then I'd put Phantom Menace, just because it doesn't have the boredom that Attack of the Clones has, but it's also like Jar Jar Binks.
Well, it has memorable moments. Like it has the best score from John Williams, The Duel of the Fates.
Yes.
and Darth Maul is a very interesting villain that gets more expanded upon in the later.
The shows. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
And then after Phantom Menace, I'd probably put Return of the Jedi, just because Ewoks and the story isn't.
Yeah.
It wraps up obviously everything in Empire Strikes Back, but it doesn't necessarily do a lot else.
Or not pay them well. That
Yeah,
was
it's a weird pacing too. I mean, the
yeah.
beginning is very exciting. It almost feels like a completely different movie in the beginning.
Yeah.
And then once you get to Endor, it feels like things just suddenly slow down.
Yeah. I know, it's weird.
It's kind of tiring. And then after that, I'd probably put New Hope, just because it's a good one, but it's not as good as Empire Strikes Back or Revenge of the Sith, in my opinion. And
Right.
then at the very top, I would actually tie Empire Strikes. I go back and forth between Empire Strikes Back and Revenge of the Sith. I understand that the dialogue in Revenge of the Sith is not great, as in the other prequel movies.
Right.
But the sort of that, because it is that final puzzle piece that connects the two, and they set up the entire original trilogy and show that dramatic turn to the dark side and stuff like that. I think they did a pretty good job of it. And it also has the most adventurousness of the prequels. It has the humor that Star Wars is known for, and it's got a nice flow to it. It doesn't stall like Return of the Jedi or anything like that. It doesn't have the information spewing that Attack of the Clones has.
Right.
And it has that kind of creativity, that feeling of creativity that Empire Strikes Back had. Empire, they almost serve different purposes. Revenge of the Sith being the great connection between the two trilogies. Empire Strikes Back has that deepening of what Star Wars was, as we said before. So I would tie them, depending on the day. One's better than the other, but
I like that list. I was rapid fire. I will say I agree with the list. I should order Force Awakens is deep at the bottom. Well, how about this? For me, the last film is Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones. It's the worst because of the romance is really bad. You don't care about Anakin as a character. Like how he's depicted in this film, that film is just not what you're thinking about in the original trilogy. So it felt like that trilogy fails to depict who Anakin is, and like the turn just doesn't work at all. But Episode 2 is the worst. And it does take. I don't mind the soundtrack change. Like I like the whole Nerar mystery to it, but it just doesn't do it interesting enough, and it's not interesting, right? And then after Episode 2, I will put Force Awakens. As you mentioned before, at least it's enjoyable. Like it handles the characters better than the prequel trilogy. But I agree with you, it's just such a copy of New Hope, and that's annoying.
Yeah.
And then after that, I'll put Phantom Menace, because at least Phantom Menace, it like has memorable moments. It has, I mentioned before, the iconic Duel of the Fates soundtrack section. Darth Maul is very interesting. One that has a cool lightsaber. Like he's a very interesting character villain in that film. And the whole like geographic planets are interesting enough, but there's like it's too long, too slow. It feels more like Star Trek than Star Wars, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So it's weird. It feels like a pretty cool thriller, but it doesn't do it right.
Yeah.
And after Return of the Jedi, after Phantom Menace, Return of the Jedi, it's a good finale, but it doesn't it's not like the top one I could consider as the best finale. There's like a lot of roadblocks they had. Like the middle section is really slow. The Ewoks are unnecessary thing. It's just there for to sell toys. The film feels like a kid's film.
Absolutely, yeah.
Or a toy commercial, you basically call it. But it still has a great soundtrack that the duel with Darth Vader and Luke in the reinvention Death Star is iconic and it's really great.
Absolutely.
And the battle fights in space is amazing. One of the best out of the original trilogy. Very ambitious and one of the best. After Return of the Jedi, I will say The New Hope. It's as a self-contained but great start of a franchise. It does what it does. It's fast-paced, which is good. Great characters get latched into, and the villains are great. I like General Tarkin because I really like Peter Kushner. He's a great character actor. If you haven't seen the Hammer films, he's great. Frankenstein, greater. It's just a great start for a new generation of movie making, really.
Yeah.
A very important film. That's another thing. It helped reshape the Hollywood system, You couldn't get Superman, Alien, or even Star Trek motion picture without that film.
Exactly.
So, yeah. And then after New Hope, I put second Revenge of the Sith. I agree with what you say. For me, it's the most confident and more lenient film of those prequels. It knew what it needed to do. It like with the other prequels, it had a tough time handling the tone of dark and humor. That film does have a problem with that, but then it has the less problems that it had in the other films. Like the romance is less focused, and there's memorable stuff in this film. With Palpatine being the best part of this film, getting more screen time and really just camping up and just giving me just go on to. And then the soundtrack of John Williams is the best, especially the Order 66 second, really great. The duel of Anakin and Obi-Wan is really great music there.
Absolutely.
All around top notch. And then Empire Strikes Back. I feel like it's the definitive Star Wars film.
Absolutely, yeah.
Confidence, ambitious, risky, very mature, but expand upon the characters that you love and does it very well. And then really just like defining, as you said before, of what Star Wars should be. That's what I like.
Yeah.
So,
exactly.
All right. Thank you, John, for joining me.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I'm happy to tell you about this film. Could you stick around for 5 more minutes? I want to talk to you a little bit. Okay. Well, thank you everyone for listening to this podcast. I hope you enjoyed this, fantastic podcast on Star Wars Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back. Just, comment below what you think of this film, and do you like our comments and our suggestions and our in-depth analysis of this film. And as always, like and subscribe and have a good day. Bye. Now we're on. Hello everyone, my name is Andreas Diaz, or my YouTube channel name, Andreas the Pop Culture Guy Channel Presents. And today we're going to discuss X-Men, the 2000 film directed by Bryan Singer, starring Patrick Stewart, Hugh Jackman, and Ian McKellen. Today, my co-host is Tommy. Tommy, say hello.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me, Andres.
Yeah, no problem. It's been a pleasure. Well, this week has been a special. This is a big one. I mean, X-Men 20 years. 20 years. I cannot believe that.
I remember seeing like trailers for and TV spots for like X2 back when I was a kid, and obviously I wasn't into superheroes back then, so I was like, what is this? So, but I can still remember, those back in the day.
Wow.
So, and obviously now I obviously love X-Men, so.
Me too. I have a question. You're a little bit older than me. Did you see the first X-Men in theaters or?
No, I never saw any of the X-Men movies in theaters. I saw Spider-Man when I was in theaters when I was a kid. I did become really into Spider-Man, but I never saw any of the original X-Men movies in theaters. I believe the first one I ever saw in theaters was like it might have been Apocalypse. Like I never saw any of them in theaters. I only ever saw them on like DVD or airing on TV
What?
or something like that.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
I know. It's
wait a minute,
crazy.
wait a minute. So let me get this straight. You, your first movie is Apocalypse. You haven't.
No. That wasn't my first movie. That was not my first movie. I had seen every film before Apocalypse. Like I only either saw them on DVD or like when they were
I'm just
airing on
saying in
TV.
theaters. In theaters.
Yeah, I just never saw them in theaters when they came out.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, to break the ice, I will say, Tommy, you're not alone. I mean, my first X-Men film in theaters is X-Men: The Last Stand. So
Oh.
so I mean, one of these days we'll discuss The Last Stand and Apocalypse because, I mean, in my opinion, I don't want to discuss too much, but like The Last Stand is better movie over Apocalypse. I would say.
I agree. I agree.
But,
And it's especially better than another movie that attempted to recreate a certain storyline like The Last Stand did, but we'll talk about that another time.
yeah, that's very true. Oh my God, well, folks, you got the start of the X-Men. How insane this franchise has been for the last 20 years.
It's had its ups and downs, for sure.
Yes, we'll definitely discuss that. I mean, so Tommy, just a overall opinion. What do you think about this film, and especially you as a comic book fan, like what it did for the superhero Sandra, especially that time, around 2000.
Yeah. So I really like the original X-Men still to this day. I think it is there is some things about it that are pretty dated because again, it was back in 2000, so it was 20 years ago at this point.
Right.
But it really was substantial in comic book and superhero movies becoming what they are today. Because back in the time when this movie came out, comic book movies really weren't doing well at all. Like we had, like during the 70s, we had the Christopher Reeve, Richard Donner Superman films, but they became trash by the time Superman 4 had been released, and condemned by audiences and critics alike. And the same thing happened with Batman. Like we had a huge hit with Tim Burton's original 1989 Batman, and then followed by Batman Returns, which got mixed reviews, and then again Batman Forever. I know you really like Batman Forever, but it was considered a huge hit, I think, financial wise. Yeah. And then Batman and Robin came, and that just like completely tarnished the franchise. So at the time, superhero movies really weren't doing very well. So I can imagine people were initially skeptical about an X-Men movie being made, but at the time it had an amazing cast, like of very A-list actors at the time, and really good special effects for the time as well, and really stuck to the source material. And it had pretty good writing still, but I think by today's standards. So I still think that the original X-Men holds up for the most part and was absolutely substantial in superhero movies that followed after, like the Sam Raimi Spider-Man trilogy, or the Marvel Cinematic Universe, or the Christopher Nolan Batman trilogy. Things like that. I believe carried over. The original X-Men was one of the stepping stones towards getting superhero and comic movies where they are today.
I completely agree. Like it's very weird to look back on like the pre X-Men and like the aughts era of superhero film. Like I didn't notice this, but like in the 90s, like the thing is, like it's very difficult to bring these characters, especially the effects that was going on. And so a lot of the characters weren't able to be in the big screen due to its, limitations.
Yeah, like it was already difficult enough to get Superman done right on the big screen at the time.
Yeah, I mean the 90s were like, I mean, the 70s, like Superman, like from the 70s to 80s, there was not much comic book stuff. But then, I mean, there were some attempts, but some of them were failures.
It seemed it seemed it was more so attempted on TV rather than in movies. Like we had the Incredible Hulk TV show and things like that.
Yeah, well, and then with TV you were able to strip down some of the aspects that
yes
that the character had. Like I mean, the Incredible Hulk show is very interesting, but also very unique. And I don't think the films really capture what made the show special, especially the MCU one. But like the 90s, I want to get into that part of the 90s, because the 90s, they were trying to replicate Batman. You saw like the pulp heroes getting their own movies, like The Shadow, Rocketeer, The Phantom.
Oh yeah, the Rocketeer I think is a very underrated movie.
Oh yeah, and The Mask of Sorrow. I wish people would talk more about that.
Yes, I love The Mask of Zorro. That's a fantastic movie. The Phantom, I don't know, but you know, I really like The Rocketeer, and I really like The Mask of Zorro.
Yeah. I mean, each pulp heroes film are unique and special in its own way, and I want to say that. And I agree with you. The best ones are Rocketeer and The Mask of Zorro. And you know, you got The Crow that predate like the big Ray R films. You know, and so it's independent as well. And so, and then lastly, and then we get into discussion of X-Men. I don't want to forget Blade. I want to that Blade came out in 1998, the year after Batman Robin, and that was
that's true.
That's the film that gave some, you know, like security for Marvel to you know, sell out the right, you know, the studios say, well, look, this is, you know, like profitable. You can make this film work.
Yeah, I haven't seen Blade in a long time, so I can't remember if I liked it or not.
The first X-Men, the first Blade film is great. It's you know, it's not a superhero film. You just have to take it as a horror action film, and it's great.
Yeah, as it should be.
Yeah, and that film set up the thing that you know is for the MCU, like taking a Sandra and turning it into a superhero film, like you know, like the Winter Soldier being a political thriller.
And Guardians of the Galaxy being like a space opera comedy.
Yeah, exactly. X-Men, like, show, I think, studios you can make a film with so many superpower characters, you know, because this film show a lot of different unique characters with their different abilities, and it worked in this film.
Yeah, you would think that you would, one of the biggest worries I think you would have is like worrying that your movie would be overcrowded with like too many heroes, you know. But I think they managed to contain it for the most part. So I have to applaud them for that.
Yeah. It's just very, I mean, when you get into, you know, the later sequels, but I mean, it's mostly the worst ones. The best ones know how to handle characters. So I want to get into, like, for you, Tommy, what's the best aspect of the film? What's the best thing about this film for you?
And that's a tough one. It would have to be a tie between Hugh Jackman as Wolverine and both Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen as Professor X and Magneto, because like those I think are the biggest saving graces of not just the original X-Men but the original trilogy in general. Despite that, X-Men: The Last Stand is not really a good film. There's still a couple of things about it that I do kind of like. Like, for instance, Hugh Jackman is still great as Wolverine. Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen are still great as Xavier and Magneto. So, like, those are, like they have always been, like, the biggest, like, the face of the X-Men film series. And it's going to be really hard for Marvel Studios to top that when they eventually integrate the X-Men into the MCU.
I mean, especially after McAvoy and Fassbender, like, it's crazy. We have, you know, another set of good Professor X and Magneto.
Yeah. Despite, like, you know, how they may have not been written the best, James McAvoy and Michael Fassbender did I think a great job doing the best they could to emulate Stewart and McKellen.
Oh yes, definitely. Anything else for best aspect of the film? Because I'll bring mine if you don't have any more.
I think one thing that the one specific thing I think definitely, like, is able to show you like the kind of like this isn't like a movie where we're effing around, where we're just this is going to be a very serious film, is just opening with the concentration camp with Magneto as a child. Like I thought that was the perfect way to emulate what this movie is, you know. It's showing like, yes, this is not a movie for kids, this is not something you can laugh at, we're trying to tell a serious story that both that everyone of all ages, more so older people, can enjoy.
Yeah, that's true. And I think that's a great way to segue for my best aspect of the film. It's definitely tone. I think this film did a really good job of convincing people that, you know, the superhero film genre is like legitimate and can take it serious. You know,
Yes.
I think this series did a good job, especially this film did a really good job of entering you in the world of X-Men. I think the X-Men films did a really good job of really like emphasizing like the themes of prejudice, like the things you hear about the X-Men about prejudice and how they're not accepted in the world. This film really does a really good job of that, and especially its two sequels in the original trilogy. And I think that, you know, this film feels like a Magneto film. Like this film does a really good job of making Magneto as a very sympathetic character with a background you can understand, and like you can see the parallels to what they're trying to do of what is going on. It's in almost like a real reality context, and it's just in a more heightened reality film of, you know, these superpower beings. And so that's probably one of the greatest things for me is the tone. And then another aspect is definitely the casting. The casting is great. And I agree with you. Patrick Stewart, Hugh Jackman, Ian McKellen are all great actors. I think this movie is definitely going to Ian McKellen because his character gets the most development, and you understand him from the beginning to end.
Well, at the same time, I feel like that's one of the things that drew audiences to Wolverine, like in the same way that comic book readers were drawn to him, is that you know so little about him.
Yes.
And like that's what makes him so interesting.
Yes. I was gonna get to that.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, because like it's because I want to be careful with X2. That's the thing. I feel like X2 is the best Wolverine in an X-Men film. And
you don't think it's Logan?
Yeah. Oh no. I'm saying like in the X-Men.
Oh, in the like main X-Men series. I gotcha.
Yeah, like in terms of Hugh Jackman's performance.
Okay.
And the characters' involvement of these team up films.
Yeah, I agree. X2, I do believe, is a better film than the original X-Men. I think it's superior to this particular film. Yeah.
I mean, it's superior. But that comes later.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, and you know, Hugh Jackman as Wolverine really does a great job of this. I think the film really does a good job of like hitting at his background. And leaving you want to learn more, and they did that very well in the second film. Obviously, it gets worse, and for Solar Flame, we're not gonna get into that. But
oh god.
What else? I like the production design. Like this film, like it completely gave you the definitive X layer, Cerebro, and the X-Jet. I feel like they really did a good job of adapting some aspects of the comic book lore from, you know, for this film. You know, I really like the X-Mansion. I liked how the X layer is laid out. I really love how they went all into that design. I really like it. It looks very futuristic, but in a very believable way. And Cerebro is iconic. I mean, that big round room. And it's just incredible. And I think that's another aspect I like about the film is the production design. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I do believe like the production design of the X-Mansion itself looks great. The X-Jet is also really well done, I believe. There are obviously some things I feel are obviously outdated, like like some of the CGI obviously is like, not as good compared to today's standards, but you can't exactly blame them because it was in 2000,
Yeah.
Um, and also another thing is there's obviously a lot of wire work involved in this movie.
Yes.
As it was with a lot of superhero films back then. The original Spider-Man had a lot as well. So again, I can't exactly blame them, but it is kind of distracting when rewatching it today because it's
Yeah.
not something you're exactly used to. It's kind of like a thing that's either died out or has been done or is done a lot better today.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's worse in this film over the first Spider-Man film. At least the Spider-Man
Yeah,
film looks still a little more impressive, but
yeah.
um,
I can argue the CGI in Spider-Man is much worse than this movie.
oh, yeah, that's really tough for me because
Yeah.
I think they're equally like outdated. It's just
Yeah.
I think the X-Men doesn't linger too much on the shots.
Yeah. That's the thing. Spider-Man absolutely does compared
Yeah.
to X-Men. So
No, I agree. Well, and also I feel like the cinematography of the first Spider-Man film is not as good as this film. I feel like the cinematography of the first X-Men film is a little more better than the first Spider-Man film.
Yeah.
I believe.
Mhm.
It's just the first Spider-Man film has too much orange and like yellow kind of palette, and
too much like trying to make it look like it's sunset all the time.
yeah, like it doesn't have that great cinematography that you're gonna get later with Bill Pope.
Yeah.
Doing Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 3.
Yeah.
I guess now we're entering in the criticism. What's the worst aspect of the film for you?
That's a good question. Because obviously I don't think it's a perfect film, but I guess okay, this is like a very personal thing, but I've never really liked Halle Berry that much as an actress. Like I've never been a huge fan of her acting, so I guess that's one criticism I can give it because like yeah, she looks great as Storm, but like her acting especially with her trying to do Storm's accent, like I feel like sometimes it just makes me cringe a little bit. But in terms of other criticisms, I guess okay, another thing is I really like Rogue in the comics, and I feel the movies still haven't really done her that much justice. They only give her like a third of like what she's capable of in the comics. Like she's so much more than just like, being able to absorb, people and their powers,
Yeah.
Like Anna Paquin, like she's clearly trying. She's like doing her best, but I just wish that she could have done better. Same thing with Iceman. I think Iceman could have been a lot better in the movies. But in regards to I think I have one more. But it's not something I can exactly fault for them for. It's just a matter of continuity errors when it comes to the sequels and the prequels that would come later. Like, but you can say this with a lot of the films. And it's like, simple things like, when I think it's when Mystique is like hacking in and you see like names of like other X-Men characters. And like when you go into the further films, like it would make no sense for the names to be in that computer system. But I can't exactly fault them for that, because when you look at something like the MCU, you're looking at something that like two or three people planned like all beforehand. Whereas with this, it was like, they were focusing on just making a single movie and like possibly making sequels if it was successful. So I can't exactly fault Bryan Singer or David Hayter or any of the people involved in Fox and Marvel Entertainment for doing that.
Yeah, and also, folks, this is how franchise were at the time before the
Yes.
I mean, this is the perfect example how, like, this is how the James Bond films really operate.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is how the '90s Batman films were. I mean, like,
yeah,
their continuity were way off.
Oh, exactly.
This is
Harvey Dent going from Billy D. Williams to Tommy Lee Jones. Yeah,
exactly. And I mean, even the Superman films were like this. And like,
oh yeah,
I mean, especially we know we have a cut of Superman 2, and it's like,
Yes.
and
The superior cut.
yeah, yes, correct. I think you're right.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah. I guess let me get into my stuff.
Okay.
I will say it it correlates you're saying about continuity or stuff like that. For me, this film, if you are a big X-Men fan, I'm sorry, if
Yeah.
you're a big X-Men fan, I just want to warn you, just keep your expectations low for certain characters you like. I mean, like
Yeah.
especially me. Like now I like, wow, I'm surprised so much. Like this film fan. I mean, the MCU does it, but like at least the MCU like change stuff that makes sense in their universe. Here
Mhm.
it's like they just they hear the name and then they just take them and they just that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Um, like it's crazy of the last 20 years. Like we haven't gotten like a proper Saber 2 versus Wolverine
Yeah.
relationship. Like it's weird how this film you see him here, you think they're setting him up, especially in when we enter in X2.
We also haven't gotten a good Gambit.
I know, and it's so weird that we haven't have a Gambit in any of
Yeah.
the X-Men.
Gambit's like one of my favorites.
Me too. He's my number one favorite.
Yeah, I love him.
I I just don't get it. It's just
Yeah.
weird how they handle these popular characters and stuff.
Yeah. It feels like I feel like a lot of that has to be attributed to Simon Kinberg though, because like he's obviously become like at the time he like over time became the people that Fox relied on for their Marvel character information, but he's not really the best, you know. He's like another thing that comes across to me for Simon Kinberg is he feels like because he's knowledgeable of these characters and because Fox has the rights, he treats it like they're his characters, you know. Like
Right.
that's the kind of vibe he kind of gives off to me. It's I feel very similar about Avi Arad, but
Oh dear.
but Avi Arad is a completely different story.
Yeah.
uh,
I mean, if we talked about Spider-Man, I mean, we can go on for that character.
we can go on for days about how Avi Arad is responsible for so many of the stupid decisions before Marvel Studios took over.
Yeah. Well, okay. I mean, the big thing for me, I will say that the X-Men films are way better than the original Spider-Man trilogy, except for the
Mm.
Spider-Man franchise. For me,
Oh,
I
wow.
I I just I agree with you about Simon Kinberg in some aspect, but at least he's trying to make a movie,
Yeah.
like and trying, I mean, these are the versions he wrote, and I mean the vision that he took from First Class to, you know, unfortunately
Yeah.
Dark Phoenix. I mean, yes, you can look, you have to agree and disagree how they do it, and it's.
Yeah. And he directed that movie. Ugh.
I know, I'm surprised he did that, but I
Yeah.
mean, look, I mean, he did a competent job of directing that film, but
Yeah.
story wise, I don't know where it is, but like, I mean, like, you know, it's just you have to realize that this is how the franchise will be. It's not going to be the MCU where they take care of their characters and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I feel like I want to iterate that there's there's so many hands in the wheel sometimes of these productions and these movies,
Mhm.
and X-Men totally has that. I mean, you got Tom DeCinito, this original producer for the first and second film, and also he wrote the first story here. He's gonna produce the Transformer films, all five,
Yeah.
and and then of course Brian Singer was here for the first and second film, and then he leaves, and then it's just so many hands on of the control, and then of course Tom Rothman is another.
Oh.
We have to mention, he's another problem that caused X-Men: The Last Stand and Origins Wolverine. It just
And us almost not getting a Deadpool movie.
yeah, exactly. I was surprised to hear that. But I mean, I think it just all comes down when they got the right story, then we get a great film.
Yeah.
If they rush it, then we're not in a good position of having a good film. when we get into in depth with the X-Men films, we'll discuss more of that. I
Mhm.
feel like of the areas, the eras and problems that affect the film's quality.
Mhm.
But another problem I have with this, the worst aspect of this film is also, um, you know, just the way they took the characters and, like you mentioned, Storm, Halle Berry. For me, I think Halle Berry can be a good actress. It's
Mm.
just that they don't give her very interesting stuff in this film, and the
Mhm.
accent. Yeah, I mean, you're right. The accent is a little too hard for her to do.
Yeah.
Um, I just, especially in the sequels, for me, she doesn't have the gravitas or the little aspects I love about Storm in the cartoon. Like,
Yeah.
I forgot. I don't know. Like, sorry, I remember now that she's has this like claustrophobic fear,
Mm.
and that's such a strong like theme with Storm, and they don't do that here.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah. It sometimes feels like they have just like a very basic understanding of the characters, but not enough, not too much. It's like
yeah.
it's like a lot of times it feels like surface level.
Oh yes, especially with Sabretooth. I feel like
Oh yeah,
I
definitely.
I think Sabretooth is the worst one here because of like especially if you're a Wolverine
Yeah,
fan.
he's just a mindless thug in this movie,
Yeah,
essentially.
exactly. But I think we should go into like your best character in the film besides Wolverine. Let's say that.
Oh, okay, okay. Besides Wolverine,
Yeah, who's your best character in the film that you like the most?
uh, probably Xavier. I mean, Patrick
Hmm.
Stewart just does such an incredible job as Charles Xavier, and he just brings. He's a lot like the heart of the original trilogy, and
Yes.
I feel he always brought a lot to the table with his performances as the films went on.
Oh yes. Especially Days of Future Past and Logan. One of my
Yeah. Oh my God, Logan like breaks my heart.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, just a quick story for Logan. When he gets stabbed in Logan, I was like, this is not true. I was like,
Yeah.
I had
Yeah.
to, I had to, that was my reason to rewatch Logan in the theaters. I was like, I need to see it again. But there
Yeah.
was another thing in Logan. I was like, wait, they did not do that. It was just funny. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. What other? That's your best character in the film?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. My best character in the film is Magneto. I think
Mm, yeah.
there's no doubt that Ian McKellen is Magneto. I love him in this film. He's really great. I like his costume. It's really really good, and I feel like he gives the gravitas. He gives like a great Shakespearean performance, but like
Hmm.
it's
Well, so
ground.
that's the thing when you hire like a stage actor to
Yes, yes.
portray someone on film. Like they always like try to give it their all in their own flair.
Yes, and I think you can really see that with McKellen's performance as McNeil. I love his quick, quirks he does. When Senator Kelly is like mutated, he was trying to escape, and he was like, Senator, you, what was the word? He was like, no one will believe you. You're one of us, or something like that.
Yeah.
He has that little smirk. When he pulls himself out in the window. It's really great. And then of course when he meets Wolverine again, he said like, "Oh, you're what did he say it like? Oh, you're what did he say?
I'm trying to remember. Can't. Yeah, I know.
You
I
might
know
be
the part. I know the part you're talking about.
in
But
the train when when he first encounters Wolverine. He's like, "Oh, you might be Wolverine," and then
yeah.
he stops him. It's like, it's just funny.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's very funny. But what else he does this kind of cool. Yeah, and this film does a really good job of showing how Magneto's powers are. It's very impressive how
Hmm.
they show you how he does it, and even the big set pieces, but also the small stuff. Like my favorite one is like when he's trying to inject the sedative to Rogue. It's very cool to see how the needle goes fly
Yeah.
across her neck. It's pretty impressive effect. Um, yeah, McKinley's great. He's really
Yes.
amazing, and he's great in X2,
Mhm.
and he's great in X-Men: Days of Future Past. It was great to
Mhm.
see him again. What else? Um, yeah. I guess after that, what's the worst character in the film for you besides Storm? I
Uh, I don't know. It's probably just it probably it just ends up coming down to just the people that don't really get meant much or any development at all. People like Toad or Sabretooth. Like there's just the people that are just there because to be the henchmen of the villain, but they don't really get any establishment or development of their own. Just like, oh, that's their name, and oh yeah, they look kind of like they do in the comics, but that's it.
yeah,
They're just there for the fight scenes,
yeah. I agree with
I
you.
mean, I mean, it was cool to see Ray Park as Toad, the guy that played Darth Maul,
Yeah,
but other than that, it's that it just feels like there could be like some development with them, but I understand there's like they only have so little time to develop all these characters, and they have to like give some more than others. But
yeah,
that's probably where I would categorize my least favorite character.
yeah. Um, I mean, yeah. I mean, discussion with characters. I think the film does enough good job of handling characters, but also like making them more unique and interesting from their comic book counterparts. I feel
Mm-hmm.
like that with Toad the most. I like this version of Toad than the comic book versions.
Mm,
Um, I mean, he doesn't have to be deaf. I like his a little more like sarcastic tone
yeah,
and the way they use his abilities are very impressive. I mean, when you come to most disappointing characters, has to be Sabretooth of like
yeah.
not setting him up as Wolverine's, enemy and rival,
Mm-hmm.
and then Storm. Not getting,
And it makes even less sense when you get to like Origins, where they like
oh,
like
yeah,
yeah. So I won't get into it, but like
yeah. Well, and I don't feel like that's the same character for this film. I consider Lee Shriver's character to be different because
oh yeah,
I mean, it's kind of like the Emma Frost thing. People think
yeah,
like like I don't like I when we get into some of the continuity, like I have this beef with some people. Like, look, it was clear like the Emma in X Men Origin Wolverine is not Emma Frost. It's just is is Emma Silverfox. That's her sister. They combined Emma Frost's character into that.
yeah.
Like,
Didn't Quicksilver also have a kind of cameo in Origins, but it was a different actor than Evan Peters.
yeah, I mean, cause well, I don't think that's supposed to be Quicksilver.
Okay.
For me, that's like like because he was moving fast like a speedster,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean, I don't know. It's a little
Whatever.
weird.
Whatever. Movie sucks. Moving on.
Yeah, it's really suck. Um, let me check because I'm
Okay.
curious about the X Men. Nope, it doesn't say he has a cameo or in the original X Men. Origins Wolverine. I'm sorry.
Mm.
So yeah, I think it's just more like fan theory that is Quicksilver, because he's
Okay.
white
Well,
hair.
it's obviously not now, but
No, of course not. Yeah, it's a little weird how the yeah. Well, it's because like it, they have a hard time keeping up what characters they have previously, and then the
yeah.
problem is when you get into the prequels, they just reuse characters, and it's like,
Mm-hmm.
and then
They
they
reuse characters, but just with different actors.
exactly. So yeah, um, yeah, I mean, I guess we haven't mentioned other things. Like, what do you think about the suits?
I mean, yeah. So obviously there are probably people that were like, I want the classic yellow and black suits, but it was at that period in time when like again studios were really pushing for superhero movies to be taken more seriously, so they decided like let's make it all like mostly black, so like it'll be seen as way more serious. That's at least the vibe I got from it. I think it still works, honestly.
Yeah.
I would like to see like I think the suits, like the way they're presented in like X-Men First Class, like that's like how I would want it. But but I really don't mind the way that the suits look in the original film or the original trilogy.
No. I don't know why people complain about the suits. I mean, because this came right.
It's just a costume, you know.
Yeah. I mean, because the problem was they came right after Matrix, and so like
that too.
I can get that why. I don't mind the X suits in these films. I like to keep the the X motif in their suits, like.
I mean, it's not like Cyborg in Smallville.
Oh no! Thank goodness. Yeah, I mean, I do agree with some that like. But I think it gets more a problem in the later series when we don't get the costumes and get a promise like I wish we continue with the First Class and my US helmet. Like that's another thing this films just failed to do is give you promises and they just they failed to keep that promise for you.
Yeah.
And then I guess the other characters we should discuss Mystique. What do you think about her?
Well, I mean, I think she works as a villain in the original film. I certainly think it's better than what Jennifer Lawrence's Mystique turned into. Because I'm not really the biggest fan of Mystique in the prequel films because, like, I liked her in First Class, but it just feels like as it went on and on and on, like they just like kept writing her as a hero simply because it was Jennifer Lawrence, and like they just forget about the way the character is supposed to be. Like, let's just have her be a hero because this actress was in the Hunger Games. And and also like Jennifer Lawrence like made it clear like she doesn't like she started to not like doing those movies, yet they kept keeping her on until it died. So
I mean, for me, if they kept the consistent of the quality of the films they have with First Class and Days of Future Past, I don't think she could have been saying that. I feel like because the first two prequel films did a really good job of making Mystique a very more complex character, like from the comics. But when we enter an Apocalypse, my big issue is that they went such a 180 degree, not only her, but Magneto and some of the characters that we pick off of Days of Future Past. And that was the most frustrating thing. And Mystique, another problem with them is just, again, they cannot keep their promises to the next film. And
it's because like they don't have. It felt like for the most part they didn't have like a group of people just like mapping out a narrative. It felt like in some ways they were making it up as they go, in terms of continuity and different entries in the franchise.
Which it's just frustrating because like I don't need this very statistic long-term plan. You just make a good film. I don't care about those other aspects.
Yeah.
And like James Bond has that, like Skyfall doesn't feel like that, but it's such a good film. I don't know. I feel like and they try too hard to become like the MCU, and the problem is they're not the MCU.
Not at all. Fox isn't nearly as like because the thing is the difference between Marvel Studios and Fox is Fox is not was run by Rupert Murdoch, so like the thing with but like Fox does all kinds of movies. Marvel Studios focuses on just Marvel projects, so they're dedicated. They're focused on just that, and they focus on not just doing their characters and their source material justice, but making good movies. Fox is, I mean, yes, Marvel Studios is part of a corporation, but they are a film studio. Fox is a corporation. Their main goal is hate to be real, but in the end, their main goal is making money. Yeah. So, obviously, Marvel Studios' plan like you know, they work for Disney, and that their end goal is making money as well. But it feels like the people at Marvel Studios are like, you know, very passionate people in the film industry who also are huge Marvel fans and like want to see their characters done well on the big screen. So
Yeah.
that's what feels like the big difference between Marvel Studios and 20th Century Fox.
Also,
I'm sorry. 20th Century Studios now.
yeah. Oh my God. I completely agree with you. I mean, also they have a producer that has a vision, of course.
Yes.
You know, with Kevin Feige, you know,
Oh my God.
the idea of a shared universe, and you know,
Yeah,
connected-
and not just him. There's also Louis D'Esposito. He's also like one of the big brains. It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
just
And, and then Victoria,
Oh yeah, what's her last name? God damn it! I'll look it up.
yeah, I mean, they did a really good job of keeping 11 years of continuity and consistency
Yes,
very well. And I mean, Fox.
Victoria Alonso. That's her name.
Thank you. Those three really did a good job of just making this universe work.
Yes,
You know, yes, there were rough patches, but they were not as rough as like.
not as rough as X-Men or Spider-Man.
Yeah, I mean, even the DCU, you know.
Oh yeah, even that. Yeah.
You know, and I feel like, I mean, it's just crazy, you know, that 11 years they made such a big empire and just, you know, turned unknown characters into popular ones, you know.
Oh yeah.
And
Like it's hard to like go into like a pop culture like store or anything like that and not see like something that's like Guardians of the Galaxy or Black Panther or like characters that you wouldn't even know people knew about like a few years ago.
yeah, I know, it's crazy. Yeah, and like, does people know like Gambit is still popular, and you know,
I mean, it's
like
he's like you don't see him in like stores or anything like or on T-shirts or anything. If you're going to like a mainstream store, so I'm hoping I have my fingers crossed that Marvel Studios will put him in a movie and like he'll become another household name like the rest of the characters they've introduced to the mainstream audiences.
yeah, I wish, yeah, that's the one thing. Yeah, other characters need to get better portrayals. Like
Cyclops especially.
Oh yes, we haven't talked about Cyclops.
We haven't talked about Cyclops. Yeah, he's not very good in any of the movies. Like, no offense to James Marsters, or I don't know the name of the actor who plays him in Apocalypse and Dark Phoenix, but
yeah,
but he's not done very well. He's not done to the full capabilities that he's supposed to be in the comics.
No. Yeah, well, and they misunderstood the character of Scott. Like, yeah, Scott is a little weird as a character. He's a very troubled character in the comics. Very, very, very ambiguous character, but unfortunately, people just see him as the goody two shoe.
Yeah, well, he's supposed to be like the leader kind of character.
Yeah, and we don't.
But he's not. They give that to like they make him like this pompous ass, you know.
Yeah, it's a little weird. I mean, we should discuss the other X-Men characters like Jean Grey as well. What do you think about her in this film?
I mean, I think Famke Jensen does a pretty decent job at her. I mean, I can't really compare her to Sophie Turner because Sophie Turner barely got, like, even in Dark Phoenix, I feel like she was underused. You know, she wasn't given a whole lot to work with.
Yeah.
But I feel like in the first two films, that version of Jean Grey is much better. Like, it feels like there is it feels like there is quite a bit of development with her in the first two films.
Yeah, and also setting her up to be the Dark Phoenix, of course. And
yes.
Which, compared to Sophie Turner, that didn't, like, the weird thing is, they introduce her again, and then already they teasing the Phoenix, and then the next film is Dark Phoenix, and they retcon the tease they did in Apocalypse. Like, that was such a weird, like, such a bizarre way they did in the prequels. And
yeah,
I feel like the best thing, like, I mean, we'll get into the other things, like the thing is where these films did a good job of setting up their films in this original trilogy, where the prequels like did not really set up stuff they could have done,
A
and they
lot, yeah, a lot of times it felt like they were just rights retainer movies,
yeah
like movies that they a lot like how like Fox treated the Fantastic Four, where a lot of times they didn't care about the Fantastic Four, but they wanted to keep the rights because they knew that
yeah
if the rights reverted back to Marvel, they would turn into another blockbuster franchise.
yeah.
So
Mm.
if you like maybe not, it may not have been like as careless as the Fantastic Four films, but
Oh no.
um, but it did feel like sometimes they didn't put as the films went on and on, they put less and less effort, if that makes any
Yeah.
sense.
Well, and I feel like there were too many hands in the cook of the kitchen of these films, those prequels. Like Matthew Vaughn was involved with First Class, and then a little bit in
Mhm.
Days of Future Past, but then he left to do Kingsman, and then Kinberg and Brian Singer took over for Apocalypse, and they were
Yeah.
completely in control of that. But then that didn't work. And then Dark
Mhm.
Phoenix, it was just all Simon Kinberg and Hatch Parker, and that's it. And it's like, oh well. So it's just very interesting control. I mean, like First Class, there was like a direction that I think Bond wanted to go to, but then like if you didn't hear what Bond say, he had like a long term,
Yeah.
but
That
then
seems to be a big problem throughout the entire series, is like the studio not agreeing with the the filmmaker.
yeah,
I mean, it's not the first time Fox has done this. The Alien franchise is a big example
oh
of
yeah,
that.
Alien 3, I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I mean, these are not as bad as Aliens 3 was, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I mean, Alien 3 isn't that bad. It's Alien Resurrection that's garbage.
Oh, I mean, yeah, but I mean, Aliens Resurrection is just a studio community. It was like, okay, we want another one, and
Yeah.
it was like a studio mandate film, and
Yeah.
it wasn't like the first three films.
Hmm.
I guess let's go into like, I mean, you want to hear trivia and facts about this film?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, so there's a lot of writers in this first film,
Yes.
and the big one I know was Joss Whedon, and
Yeah.
somehow he's in this film. I mean, he was initially wrote two drafts, and then apparently they didn't like it because it was too much like pop culture references and stuff like that.
Sounds like him.
Exactly. And and obviously, I do want to mention about some of the best stuff that Brian Zager and Joss Whedon are in right now.
Hmm.
I do not give them credit for these films, and
Mhm.
or Joss Whedon at the Avengers films.
Hmm.
So I feel like the writers of David Hare did a really good job of making the film work.
David Hayter's a good writer. He was also the voice. In case you don't know, he was the voice of Solid Snake in the Metal Gear video game franchise. So that's another thing he's known for.
Oh, and
Yeah.
he's the voice of King Shark in The Flash.
Yes, he is. Yeah. So there was I don't know if you've been keeping up with the Flash, but during season 5, I believe it was, there was an episode where King Shark had his powers taken away, and I was typing, "Please be David Hayter, please be David Hayter," but it wasn't David Hayter. It was a different actor when he was a human. I was like, "Damn it!"
Yes, it was for the King Shark versus Griddock Roth, right?
Yes, that was the episode, I believe.
Okay, what else that was interesting? Yeah, they have a lot of changes of the script, like Michael, there was another one that there was a 6-page film treatment in Fox in 1996 that had between Wolverine and Jubilee. And
Mhm.
honestly, they transferred Jubilee's personality and stuff like that into Rogues,
Yeah.
which makes a lot of sense. It's weird they didn't put Jubilee as the main character in these films.
Yeah, has she been in any of the? Oh, she was in Apocalypse, but she didn't do anything. That's right.
Yeah. Well, and she was in X2. She's the well, her scenes were deleted, but like she's
Oh,
next to. If you see her, she's an Asian girl, and you see her hands kind of electrify a little bit, and
Oh,
you
that's
see her
right.
towards the end of the film when
Yeah.
so yeah, it's weird. It's kind of like Kitty Pryde when she has cameos, but like it didn't like came to fruition. So
Hmm.
it's very interesting. But yeah, well, and also Fox, the budget of this film, like it's crazy to look at the budget, but the budget here is like 75 billion to make the
Really?
yeah. It's not 100 or 140 like
That's
Spider-Man.
crazy.
Yeah, so they really Fox were very cost concerned for this film. They
Mhm.
wanted to either be 60 or 75 billion dollars. That's why you see a lot of the effects a little outdated
Mhm.
and like they were very like this film feels more like a TV pilot more than
Mm.
a film like X2 because like X2 from 75 X2 is 110 billion dollars to make,
Yeah.
much bigger and a lot better to look at, you know. And with the 75 million dollars, they had to cut out some certain characters like Beast, and Nightcrawler were deleted over
Yeah.
budget concerns. So from Fox,
Yeah, and it does feel weird to like have an entry X-Men film and not have Beast involved.
yeah, for me, that's why I love. Like this is why I have a guilty pleasure for X Men: The Last Stand because
Yeah, yeah. Beast, I will agree, is like one of the few really good things about Last Stand.
yeah, I love Kaiser Grammer. He's great. I was so happy he had a cameo on Days of Future Past. Yeah, um, yeah. I was kind of sad not to see an older Beast. We got. I mean, I like Nick. I like Nicholas Hoult as the actor, but he's not.
Yeah, he's not the best Beast, no.
You know, I mean, and they. I mean, I hate that when Kimber got involved, he just completely just didn't make it properly comic book faithful Beast. It's like he's just like he
Yeah.
feels more like the Hulk than the Hulk. Like it's weird. Um. Okay, let's kind of enter in of what do you think about the legacy of the film? What do you think will like what do you think about the legacy of this film will be for people?
Well, like I said before, it was one of the big influences on superhero movies leading to where we are today. Like we wouldn't have a Marvel Cinematic Universe if it wasn't for this movie.
No,
So
agree.
so you obviously have to give the film credit for that. Despite however you may think of it today, like you can't deny that it had a major impact on the way the public mainstream movie going audiences perceive superhero movies. And yeah, it was the superhero movies were still in sort of a dark age because yeah, we did get X-Men and Spider-Man, but we also got Daredevil and Ghost Rider. So it
Yeah.
was still not the greatest time.
Um, I mean, for entry from X-Men, Spider-Man, it was like a learning process.
Oh yeah,
Like how you
absolutely.
can take X-Men and Spider-Man's successful formula, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't think we got there until Iron Man and Dark Knight, where we kind of
Yeah.
got better with it. But we got some really like weird results of successful films.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like I never expect like how you say Deadpool to be the biggest X-Men film and be literally the highest one out of the main X-Men.
It Deadpool beat a movie that had Batman and Superman in it.
Yes, and like we haven't had a successful Fantastic Four film. Like
Nope.
we haven't had like a successful Superman film. Like
No.
it's very weird how
Oh, did Man of Steel do well financially?
who
Man of Steel.
well it did, but it didn't do like I say like it's kind of weird with Man of Steel. Like
Mm-hmm.
it did perform better over Superman Returns. It made over
Yeah.
$660 million, if I remember correctly, over
Yeah.
the 391 million that Superman Returns made in 2006. The
Mhm.
problem was it was over budget. It was 225 to make, and so obviously it didn't break even. And then
Yeah.
also it was very divided and very just.
Yeah.
It wasn't. I think Warner's like to be like Batman Begins. Like it was
Mhm.
perfectly praised. It was both loved by the critics and the audience when it came out. I feel like
Yeah.
that was it for Man of Steel.
Yeah.
So of
I
course,
actually do like Man of Steel. I mean, I don't think it's a perfect film, but I do enjoy it.
yeah, I enjoy it. I don't. I say I don't hate it. I'm right
No.
in the middle. I enjoy some parts of it.
Hmm.
I feel like there's things they can execute it better, but
Yeah.
and I don't mind General Assad being killed. That's not my movie.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem with that either.
Yeah, so I'm not one of those people. I just in general I think it's a good average superhero film that
Hmm.
just some of the ideas and
Like at the time, I could have when I saw the movie, when I saw Man of Steel for the first time in theaters, I was like, yeah, I can definitely see a DC cinematic universe spawning from this.
oh really? Huh.
Yeah, yeah.
I
I didn't think it would become what it is now, but
oh, yeah,
because I wasn't as big a DC fan back then as I am now. Like I'm a really really big DC guy now, so
really?
I understand things like the multiverse and like the different types of characters. Like you got the powered characters, the magic characters, the really weird ones. Like so like I didn't fully understand DC back then. Like it was just like all Batman and nothing else back when Man of Steel came out for me. I wasn't a huge Superman fan back then, but I really like Superman now.
Okay, that's very cool. I have the same thing. I was a Batman fan. I'm still like Batman is still my favorite character for DC.
Yeah, yeah,
I
me
wasn't
too.
a Marvel guy until Iron Man came out, and that
Yeah,
made me into a Marvel fan.
I only liked Spider-Man. I didn't really care about everything else in the Marvel universe until the MCU started to become a thing. I was like, okay,
Yeah,
clearly I'm missing something, and so
yeah,
I went.
yeah. Same here with you. That's what happened to me when I love Iron Man. That's how I went.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, and of course you went into the impact of the superhero film genre. For me, it definitely just gave us the right like the right track.
Hmm.
What you need to do for a superhero film. Take the material seriously. Try to like keep the essence of what made it special.
Hmm.
That's how Spider-Man was successful. I mean, this is how Batman Begins was successful.
Yes.
Where and that's where the MCU, when the first Iron Man came out, that's when it really became successful, because
Hmm.
the ones that didn't weren't successful, like Daredevil or the Hulk, or I mean, what else?
Ghost Rider.
Ghost Rider, yeah, that was another one. And then yeah, Fantastic Four, because they lack something. Some of them was okay. They got the idea, but they didn't
Hmm.
get the essence of the characters. They went too radical, changing their characters and
Yeah.
like that. So it took a while for, I think, for studios to allow someone to understand what needs to be. I mean, Kevin Feige started from this film. Uh, I
Yes,
do,
yes, that's
I do,
right.
I do want to mention that in terms of the legacy of the film and its impact on superhero film genre, this started Kevin Feige's like leeway into the Marvel enterprise, the whole
Yeah.
enterprise. He is an executive and producer. Lothar Schildonner has mentioned in a couple of the behind the scenes interviews and blog stuff like that, that she had an intern, and so she hired Kevin Feige of his knowledge of the Marvel universe.
Hmm.
So without, if you look at some of the key aspects of, like, maybe Wolverine's hair, or like the thematics of some characters that
Hmm.
were successful in these films, were probably Feige's.
Yeah.
And so if you look at how the MCU were, he pretty much learned how, like, if you look at Fan Stick, because I, I, if you see how Fan Stick and Ant-Man were in the same year, 2015, right? If you tell me how Ant-Man was going to be the better film, because that film had major trouble productions, but
Yeah.
it winding up being an okay film. It did well
Yeah.
at box office, where Fantastic suffered from the consequences of not having a strong director that had a very bizarre vision, and stuff like that.
That's putting it mildly.
Exactly. Um, everyone go check the Midnight Edge videos of John Frankenfeld.
Yes, definitely.
It's a wild story, and he's just really bizarre. And you see how Feige just knew how to handle that situation, and like
Hmm.
it just so
Yeah, I like Ant-Man. I think it's a good film. I mean, I know it like yeah, you're right. It had a lot of production issues, but I think the final product, I think it's really enjoyable.
exactly. That's all I need to ask. Just give me a
Yeah.
dope film, right? And
Same thing happened with Solo. Like Solo had a lot of production problems. I thought, oh my god, this is gonna be
yeah,
trash. But I actually enjoyed Solo.
yeah. I think Disney did a good job of. I think Disney do a better job of reshoots than I think
Yeah.
other studios. I kind of noticed that. I'm trying to think what other film that did okay. Like World War Z is another one I think that did a good job of handling their trouble production and tried to fix it.
Hmm.
But that's all opinion. But yeah, I mean, like if you look at how these films like really went, you see how Feige took the MCU. It's like I think X-Men needed a clear producer vision because Laura Sheridan and Ralph Winter, the originals, just like they were doing the very traditional franchise method. But then
Hmm.
when we entered more of the like spin-offs and prequels, that's where we got more complicated, and that's where we got just more inconsistent. I feel
Yeah.
like, and more power. Like that's the thing. When you want the piece of the pie, they want to be part of that. That's
Yeah.
that's why Sam Drinker took over. Because
Hmm.
stuff like that. Okay, and then yeah, it's very interesting. You know, and there's another producer called Hatch Parker. He entered in the Wolverine, and he's another producer that becomes more prominent in the Lear franchise.
Hmm.
And then Ryan Reynolds becomes the producer for his films, and
Oh, thank God.
yeah, thank goodness. So, I I guess for one last thing, two more last things.
Okay.
You want to rank the film?
Rank the film?
Yeah,
Okay.
just the
Yeah.
main X-Men
I
film.
was actually thinking about this. So I think the way I would rank it is I would put above it X2, First Class,
Okay.
Days of Future Past, both of the Dead, like not in any particular order, by the way.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just listing the films I would put above it. I put X2, First Class,
Okay.
Days of Future Past, both of the Deadpool films, and Logan above it, and everything else below it. So Last Stand, Origins, Apocalypse, and Dark Phoenix. I think I listed everything.
Yes. Okay. Let me list my stuff here. I'm gonna put the last one. So we got 12 films, right? So number
I believe
12,
so.
yeah, yeah. Because 13 is the New Mutants, right?
Yeah.
So
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about that film.
I know.
That poor movie. It'll
Oh
never
my
be
God.
released. It just won't be released.
I know.
Fingers crossed for it being released next month. I don't know. We'll
Yes.
see what
I hope so for me, because I want to go back to the theaters and see Tenet, for God's sake.
happens.
Oh God. So for my ranking, I put 12 X-Men Origins Wolverine. That's the worst
Mhm.
film for me.
Mm,
It's so bad. I'm so disgusted at how they handled the origin and just completely just graded X2. So X-Men Origins Wolverine is number last in my list as 12th worst film. And then 11, I put X-Men Apocalypse. I feel like for me, because the younger prequel class are my X-Men I grew up watching. I I didn't properly watch the original trilogy, and I have a soft spot for X-Men Last Stand. But man, I was to say for X-Men Apocalypse, and then they completely just failed.
yeah,
They just they disappoint me completely.
yeah.
So it's
And
number
they
11.
and not only that, but they tragically wasted Oscar Isaac's talent.
I For me, he gets wasted with the blockbuster stuff.
Hmm.
Arthur Isaac, he's a great actor.
He's a very
Um,
great actor.
and then number 10, um, I guess I will put um, yeah, number 10. I guess I put Dark Phoenix.
Okay.
It's it's a it has similar plots as Fantastic. It's trying to be too serious, but
Mhm.
then I just don't get why the characters are doing what. But the big difference from Fantastic, it has better production values. It has more confident director. Like there's cool scenes in this film. It's not assaulting to me. It's not like Apocalypse or Origins. It's just a bland kind of film. So Dark Phoenix is number 10 on my ranking. And then number 9, I put X-Men The Last Stand because
Mhm.
it's a mess of a film. I like one idea they should have taken was the cure instead of the just adding in the Phoenix. That's another thing, but Kimberg. Like I don't know why they were trying to keep the Phoenix plotline if they were not going to focus it at all in that film. So for me, X Men: The Last Stand was my first film. There's stuff that I like that you can like in the film. Beast, the casting of some characters are good. I like Beast. He's the best part of the film. Kelsey Grammer is amazing. His makeup
Yes.
is amazing as well. I enjoyed that. Then Nicholas Holt. Um, so that's number 9, and then number 8, I put the first X Men there. Um, the first X Men film is a great start film,
Mhm.
but it's too short. It's it's not as epic as you want from the other X Men films, or it doesn't have just enough meat or substance you want to have in that film. It's just an okay start of film for a franchise that's going to be much bigger and go some places,
Mhm.
which I don't know where they're going to go. And so, yeah, so that'd be 8. And then number 7, I put the first Deadpool. I didn't see Deadpool in theaters as well, so I didn't know Deadpool as well. So
Yeah.
it's a good confident orange film. I think it's the most small scale film we got for an X-Men film that does it right. I like the performances of Ryan Reynolds. It's very passionate kind of project, and I really enjoy it.
Yes.
So that's number 7, and then number 6 and 5, I have a toss up. It's either
Okay.
because like I appreciate I because number 6 I had originally the Wolverine, and then number 5 was Deadpool 2. So
Oh, I forgot about the Wolverine in my ranking, but I'll let you finish yours first.
yeah, very quickly. I guess yeah, I should do. Yeah, I'll probably put Deadpool 2 at 6, and then I'll put 5 the Wolverine because
Okay.
I really watched the Wolverine multiple times recently.
Yeah.
I so Deadpool 2 I like it more than the first one because Deadpool 2 is my first Deadpool film. I enjoy it more.
Mhm.
It has more of the raunchy comedy. The action is top notch. I love the new supporting characters. It's
Yeah.
a really funny expression of the universe, and the first 2 Deadpool films are the most X-Men we really got in terms of comic book faithfulness and just
Mhm.
style. I just love it. Like comic accurate characters like Colossus and new and creative characters that I love, like Teenage Warhead and
Yeah.
Dynamo. So those films are really great. Number 5, the Wolverine. I saw I saw the Wolverine in theaters one time. I was like, okay, it's a better film over Origins Wolverine.
Mhm.
But in terms of repeating viewing, and especially with Logan being directed by the same director, I appreciate the Wolverine more as a character development for the character of Logan.
Mhm.
Uh, it's a great small scale film. I love it. It's not a wormhole like battle like high stakes kind of film. It's a very small, intimate film that goes into depth of the Wolverine character. Yeah, the third act goes a little too comic booky, but I don't have that
Yeah.
problem. I don't have that problem. I think there's ways they can do it differently, but again, that's just my opinion. So number 5 is the Wolverine. Number
Mhm.
4, X2. Right sequel really ends up the scale and expansion of the universe from the first film and gives you everything what a sequel should do. So the thing that kind of just doesn't put it high on my list is the stuff the stuff they trying to set up doesn't get paid off well.
Yeah.
Of course, the Phoenix, and then Wolverine's origins gets just completely muddle and destroy an
Mhm.
Origins Wolverine and the later prequels, unfortunately. Then number 3 is X-Men First Class.
Mhm.
One of my favorite, like it's one of my, this is the first proper good film of X-Men film I saw in theaters. I saw X-Men The Last Stand and Wolverine, Origins Wolverine in theaters, and they were the worst films
Yes.
everyone they say. And it's like, ugh, especially Origins Wolverine. I had allergies during that day. I was like, ugh, I was dying, Tommy. I had allergies. I remember it was raining out there that one day. I went with my parents to see that film. Oh my god, I can't believe it. First Class. When I saw First Class, I was like, wow, this is cool. A alternate alternate thriller 1960s film. I was like, I was digging it. And then towards the end, when you saw Magneto's classic helmet, I was like, oh my god, they did it. It was like way better than what the Marvel Studios did. The reason I like the Marvel Studios, they did that accurate comic book character costumes. You
Yeah.
know, Iron Man, Captain America, they were good. But when I saw Magneto's helmet, I was like, forget that. I'm like, and I think it's First Class and Days of Future Past the best alternate, and Wonder Woman the best alternate, like, um, history superhero films in
Yeah.
the superhero film series over the MCU, because the MCU don't really try creatively with the alternate histories.
Mhm.
It's just that's my opinion. But X-Men First Class is great. It X-Men First Class is a great Magneto film. It really expands the character more. It gives you more in depth of who Magneto was and how he became Magneto. They did such a good job with that. Gives you why you like Michael Fassbender as an actor. Really incredible film. A great villain. I love Sebastian Shaw of this film. I love this version of the Hellfire Club.
Yeah.
Kevin Bacon is amazing. And so it's number 3 on my X-Men ranking. And then number 2, Logan.
Mm.
Logan is the best X-Men film. It's one of the best Wolverine films. What else I gotta say? It's one of the best, like, radar films of superhero
Yeah.
films, and I love it. Hugh Jackman's a great character. Hugh Jackman's a great actor playing this character. It's really sad that he's leaving.
Mhm.
He left the role, but I think it's a great swan song. I think James Mangold really did a great job with this film. He felt controlled this time around. He had the voice. I felt his voice in this film, and I think he did such a amazing job. I was happy to see Ford v Friday, another great film, guys. Check that out. Um, and this film made me appreciate his filmography. So I seen a couple of his films, and he's a great director. Yeah, and great fine performance for Patrick Stewart as Professor X. But it's number 1. Number 1 is X-Men: Days of Future Past.
Mhm.
One of my favorite films of superhero films all time. My personal favorite of the X-Men, but also superhero films in general. Number 1. It's amazing. I love how they combine both casts. It's a proper third final film for the older cast. Finally, it also is a personal thing for me. It actually got me into YouTube. Actually took me in a more stable career choice, because of I used the quick service on, the prison break they did.
Yeah.
I put this on and it became a huge hit in my channel, and so I continue ever since. And that this film is a personal thing for me, and so I want to thank this film so much of keeping me in the editing square area. So I really love X-Men: Days of Future Past. It's tight. It's 2 hours. You know, good. 131 minutes. That's a good length for a film. It's emotional. It's deep, but it's fun. It has a great way of using time travel ever I see in the film. Better. It's way better over Endgame. I just feel like Endgame just.
Wow.
I just because Endgame was joking about time travel. I was like, why are you joking about time travel? Like, there's other films that did time travel, and that really just I didn't like. Why they keep like this film Expedition Fest never comment on the time travel device or anything like that. They give you the rules, and it's like, here we go, and that's it, and they took it serious. Where Endgame was just like, oh yes, we know it's gonna be complicated and etc. etc. I know that. Central is a fictional thing. It's not going to be perfect. I understand that. So I think X-Men Days of Future Past is a better Endgame over Avengers Endgame. I'm sorry, folks. I'm just saying. It's my opinion. So
Well, okay. Well, if I want to be more detailed on my rankings of the X-Men films,
Yeah.
I'm going to be forthright. So at the bottom, I'm going to put Dark Phoenix
okay.
because I think that movie is just a goddamn mess and from the get-go. And was a horrible send-off for the main series of X-Men films. And then above that, and then like right above it, like, you know, both these films are, I think, are equally terrible. But and then right above it I would put X-Men Origins Wolverine, because that film is hot garbage. Like I really don't know what they were thinking. Like every time I see like any bit of footage from it, I'm thinking like people made this. They made this and put it out into the world knowingly. Like, okay, and then after that, I would put X-Men: The Last Stand. It's not wouldn't consider it a good movie, but I don't think it's horrible. Oh wait, no. What am I saying? I'm sorry. Forget I said that. Above X-Men Origins Wolverine, I'll put X-Men Apocalypse, because that film, what I feel, was not good. It was a really bad continuation from an amazing film, which was X-Men Days of Future Past, and just like completely ruined people's expectations for where the franchise was going to go after that movie. Then after that, I would put X-Men: The Last Stand, because yes, I don't think it's really a good movie, but I don't think it's a really bad movie either. I think it's just not the best.
Yeah. And also, sorry to interrupt.
Oh yeah, what's up?
I do not like this film. I just think it's a okay film, but just not execute ideas, folks. And we do not support Brett Ratner either.
No.
So we're just saying it's less painful than the other films.
Yeah, no, Brett Ratner can go to hell. But so after where was I? Last Stand, right?
Yes.
Okay, Last Stand. Then after that, I think I would put The Wolverine. I think The Wolverine is a good movie. It stayed true to the comics while also being entertaining as a casual film. I think, again, Hugh Jackman is of course amazing as the character, and you are right. The final act like becomes very cartoony compared to the rest of the movie. I think that's the reason why I don't hold it in a huge regard. But I still think it's a good movie. I still think I can watch this and enjoy it. So that's Wolverine, and then after that, I would put probably Deadpool 2.
Okay.
Because I think Deadpool 2, I think Deadpool 2 was great. It was a great sequel, and I think the characters in it are great. Like Josh Brolin as Cable is a great choice, and he does a great job. And Ryan Reynolds continues to be amazing as Deadpool. And then above that, I would put Deadpool 1, because Deadpool 1 is just like a dream come true for me, because I love Deadpool so much. And it was clearly like you said, it was clearly like a passion project for Ryan Reynolds and the other people that were involved in that movie. I just think it was a great movie. And then after that, I would put X2. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. Oh God, I'm messing up here. I'm sorry. Below, in between the Wolverine and Deadpool 2, that's where I put the original X-Men.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Like you said, it was a good starting point, but it was too short. It's a little outdated, and there's some characters that I wish that were in the film that were not. And then after that, Deadpool 2, then Deadpool 1, then X2. I think X2 is a great sequel. I think Stryker is a good villain. I think that it further developed Wolverine very well, and it certainly had a great tease at the end, which unfortunately, like you said, didn't get followed up very well. But I still consider X2 a superior film over the original X-Men. And then after X2, I would put First Class, because yes, First Class is a very great film. It's a great prequel film, despite at the time there being a continuity error with the prologue in The Last Stand, but that doesn't matter. So I think First Class is a great period piece. I think they did a great job recasting a lot of the older characters with younger actors. And yeah, I think X-Men First Class is a very entertaining film. Matthew Vaughn did a great job. And then after First Class, I would put Days of Future Past.
Okay.
Days of Future Past is my number 2. So, like you said, Days of Future Past is probably the best of the main X-Men films. I think it is truly wonderful. You're right. It's a great time travel story. It's a great half-period piece. It does the characters very well and manages to. And it's a great like combining film of both the prequels and the mainline films. And I think one of the best parts about it is the ending. I think the ending is like I was super excited at the end because I was thinking like I can finally get like X-Men movies that I've always wanted. Like it left me with like a huge amount of hope for the franchise, and unfortunately, like before it didn't follow up. But I still consider X-Men Days of Future Past to be an amazing film, one of the much better comic book films of the decade.
Agreed.
And the best of the mainline X-Men films. And above Days of Future Past, I would put Logan. I think Logan is hit all the right bars for me. It adapted the Old Man Logan series without completely adapting it because I'm going to be honest, I really don't like the comic books miniseries Old Man Logan. I think it's not very good. But I think Hugh Jackman did some of his best work as the character. I love X-23 in the film. I think Patrick Stewart did an amazing job as well. I love that it feels like a Western. And it's like, and it doesn't have to rely on like, it didn't like, I love the Marvel Studios films, obviously, but it didn't have to rely on big CGI explosions or huge action set pieces involving like a majority of CGI. It could stay practical. It could stay with doing wire work without being too obvious. And I just love it for that. I really feel that the series should have ended with that film, but unfortunately they kept going for a couple more years before finally losing the rights by being bought by Disney. But I think Logan is the best, in my opinion. Despite whatever I may think of New Mutants, I doubt that I will like it more than Logan because I think Logan is just such a fantastic film and a perfect ending to not only the X-Men film series, but also to Hugh Jackman as Wolverine.
Yes, I totally agree. Yeah, our last 4 lists are like kind of similar. It's just the number 1 and 2 just flip-flop.
Yeah.
That's very cool. Yeah, I completely agree. Logan is an amazing film. It's such a great character-driven film, general, and just wraps up Wolverine as a character in that film series very well.
Yeah.
And it's incredible. 20 years.
Yeah, 20 years.
It's incredible. For conclusions, let me say this out loud. For 20 years, I think the X-Men will still be a important film, no matter what happened with the director, obviously with his problems, or the inconsistent quality of the X-Men films that we got after X2. I would say it did a good job. The first film set us up for a much better decade, the next 2 decades of superhero films. And gave us so many of the characters that we like, but also characters we didn't know that gave them new fandom and, new audience. And I think the first film does everything right as a story-up film, as a superhero film. I wish that I can see it as a child in the theaters and see what was the reaction of seeing these characters in the big screen for the first time, But yeah, it's incredible. 20 years, and if you see this film and seeing the many films that came after it, it's incredible. And it's so surreal. Like this year, we got Harley Quinn, the Birds of Prey came out, and then we're waiting for Wonder Woman in October and Black Widow, and like we came such a long way those 20 years of superhero films, and it's just incredible. So, any final thoughts, Tommy?
Just that I love the X-Men franchise, and I completely agree that X-Men is a very important film when it comes to the evolution of superhero movies. And despite how the ups and downs the franchise have had over the years, I still respect what they did for the most part. And I'm really hopeful for how Marvel Studios will interpret this franchise in the future.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, hopefully MCU will learn well, I mean, Feige knows what happened, and he has a very clear vision on what the character should be, and I think
Yeah.
he will do that the same with Fantastic Four and
Mm-hmm.
of course the X-Men, our favorite mutants.
And Blade.
So yeah, so thank you, Tommy, for coming.
Of
Could
course.
you please stay for just 2 minutes? Just want to talk to
Yeah.
you a little bit. Thank you everyone for tuning in to this podcast of X-Men, the 20th anniversary talk. My co-hosts Tommy and I discussed pretty much the legacy of this film, and I hope you guys enjoy this podcast. Thank you and have a nice day. Hello everyone, my name is Andreas Diaz, or my YouTube channel name, Andreas the Pop Culture Guy Channel Presents. Today is another special day. I'm back here today with Will.
Hey, Andres. Happy to be here.
Well, me and Will are back today to discuss another, how you say, a special movie. At its anniversary today is Iron Man 2. Of course, this year Iron Man 2 has its 10th anniversary. Obviously, this is the third chapter and film of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. This was directed by Jon Favreau. Of course, returning cast Robert Downey Jr., Gwyneth Paltrow. Of course, fortunately, Terrence Howard didn't return for the first film, so Don Cheadle takes over for James Rhodes, aka War Machine. New cast members, and of course, one major character that's going to be in the long series of the MCU is Black Widow, of course, played by Scarlett Johansson. And then we got the villains, of course, Mickey Rourke as Whiplash, and then Sam Rockwell as Justin Hammer. So, Will, you're the one that chose this film, and after our last discussion of RoboCop 2, I was so surprised how much this film is similar to RoboCop 2, but different. I mean, this movie is more enjoyable than RoboCop 2. So overall opinion, what do you think about this film?
Well, I agree that it's more enjoyable than RoboCop 2. Although, like we said when we were discussing that film, it's surprising how many similarities there are between the plots of the two movies. I think Iron Man 2 is it's on like the lower end of the Marvel movies, but it's still a really fun movie. It's got good action scenes, the standard Marvel like dialogue and humor. Some really cool like character stuff for Tony Stark in this one. It's a fun movie, but it's not like a standout, I would say.
Now, this one is interesting for me because I don't know if anyone knows about this, or I think I mentioned it before in maybe the last podcast, but in the first, I did an X-Men podcast with Tommy for the 20th anniversary. I mentioned there that, Iron Man, the first Iron Man movie got me into the Marvel comics. And I'm a big Iron Man fan. And so, obviously coming into Iron Man 2, I had high expectations, And, obviously I agree with you, Will. It's, is a lower tier MCU film, but luckily the MCU films, like Winter Soldier, the Avengers, and Endgame and Infinity War and the first Avengers movie helped to kind of make this movie better, and then obviously some characters did carry over for the other films. Obviously, I mentioned Black Widow, but also Howard Stark, Tony's father.
Yeah. I really like Howard Stark's addition to the MCU because he pops up in really unexpected places all the time, which makes it really rewarding to watch everything that's put out. Like he showed up in the Captain America movies, and then he was also in Agent Carter later. So he's also on the TV show.
Yeah.
He was in Ant-Man. Like it's It's just fun seeing characters pop in and out of the movies.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Our conclusion helps, especially when you enter in the first Avenger, and it's like, oh wow, they actually this pay off very well because Stark Expo comes back in that film, and and kind of shows you more detail on Stark's personality, and is he similar to his father, stuff like that. That relationship gets more in depth and more context later on in the films. Like the first Avengers, you get more the idea that Howard admired Steve when he was working with him during World War II, and and honestly, that kind of gives Tony this resentment for Captain America. That he had to be better and much more. Like he was trying to get his attention to his father to be a better man and try to elevate technology, and that is like very interesting when you go down the line in the MCU films.
Yeah, it adds like a very interesting layer to his relationship with Captain America.
And Captain America too. I guess I mentioned I'm like an Iron Man fan. Are you a big Iron Man person, Will?
I mean, I love the movies, but
Okay.
I haven't read any Iron Man comics. I've seen some of the Avengers cartoons, so I'm familiar with him from that. But other than that, not really. But I love the movies. I've seen them countless times. So
Yes. Yeah. Oh God. Especially when soon when we talk to Iron Man 3, it'll be funny. Just get your opinion on the magic twist. I guess we kind of get into Tony's arc in this film. What do you think his arc is in this film?
I think it's coming to grips with being like at this point in the Marvel universe, he's really like the only mainstream superhero, right? Like
Yeah.
the Hulk isn't considered one. Captain America's been frozen for 70 years, and no one else is really around yet. So there's like all the weight of the public's eye on him, and he's kind of cracking under the pressure. He's ignoring that the palladium inside of his arc reactor is slowly killing him. He's kind of, well, not ignoring it, but he's got a death wish almost. He's acting really irresponsibly and erratically because he just wants to like live as much as he can for as long as he can.
Yeah. Like when we cut back to his Malibu house, Jarvis mentioned how, from like he has this line where every test results of a new arc reactor has failed, and he mentions like, the feeling is killing him. So we already know prior to that he was already starting to find some solutions, but none of it was successful before he meets up again with Nick Fury, and how it leads him into the the riddler of his clues, and and the Expo map that shows like a new element of the arc reactor. Yeah, that's right, folks. Arc reactor map is the clue of his survival. Oh God. Yeah, and I feel like yeah, I agree with you how like he's like that desperate, and then he's letting, like, how you say, he's letting his ego and his like desperation consume him too much, and not thinking clearly of his actions, and so
Right.
it just lets him to be alienate everyone, especially Rose and Pepper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I I guess we can get into like what's the best thing about this film? Well, for you, like what it did for Iron Man and stuff like that. Like, what's your favorite aspect?
Um, I think my favorite part of the movie would be Sam Rockwell's performance as Justin Hammer.
Of course.
He's just a great like comic relief. He's a great like second tier villain.
Yeah.
And it's just a joy to see him on screen, and I really wish they would bring the character back for more things. Like they brought him back for like DVD extra a few years later, but that's been it. And he's such a great character. I feel like he'd add a lot if they brought him back for like a Spider-Man movie or something.
That's a good one. Or in Ant-Man and the Wasp, a lot of people in the internet kind of been, if you know, in Ant-Man and the Wasp, there's like a Goggins character who's the main
Yeah.
villain.
Yeah.
He say he has his sponsor, and that could have been Justin Hammer. That could have been.
That would have been good. He'd be good in an Ant-Man movie since those tend to be more like comedy focused.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah. And everyone, if you don't know what Will's talking about, DVD is the short films they used to do. The short film that he's talking about is called All Hail the King. He has a little small cameo there. That's in, I think, the Iron Man 3 or Third Dark World DVD set, where we see Ben Kingsley's fake Mandarin, Trevor Slattery, and of course that short film confirms there's the actual Mandarin, etc., etc. But Justin Hammer's there, and it's a cool. It's kind of cool for me as an Iron Man fan to see like an Iron Man villain, and then he's in another Iron Man villain that has got arrested. Like, but again, just not satisfying. And then I agree with you, Will. He, like in the comics, he sponsored technology to like B-list villains that are like tech based. Like
Okay.
like Whiplash is a good example. Titanium Man. Who is it? The Sunflame. I'm trying to figure out. It's been a while to get into Iron Man stuff. I'm trying to figure out his rogues gallery. Basically like Tiltman, Daredevil's villain. That has long legs.
Stiltman?
Tiltman, thank you. Like
Yeah.
that. Those kind of criminals.
The like C-list villains. Like not even B-list. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
So like kind of like those villains, and again, it just shows the lack of commitment with Marvel Studios and their villains, and just continue them in the films. Besides Loki,
Yeah.
Okay. I do want to go to best aspect of this film for me. I think, like, for me, it's kind of tough. I guess for me, the best aspect of this film is Polly Rose. I really like John Cheel. His best performance is Iron Man 3, folks. His performance there is hilarious. He has chemistry with Robert Downey Jr. But for Iron Man 2, I like his performance here, where he's acting like a military man. I like he's like a friend to Tony. He's trying to help him out. And I feel like he's the most consistent character, and I think I like the way he gets his armor, and I don't like he just didn't call him War Machine right away, but I mean, I don't know, like it's one of those like 2000 things. It's like, oh, we have to contrive his name around somewhere. So
Yeah.
I think John Cheel is the best aspect for me in this film. Other things that's best, I would say it's just the technical stuff of Iron Man 2. The cinematography of this film is really great. It's from the guy that works for Darren Aronofsky, who did Requiem for a Dream, Black Swan, and what else? The Fountain. This film looks gorgeous. I really like the design of the Stark Expo, and I think the cinematography of this film is really great. One of the best in the MCU.
Yeah.
You had something to say. Well, sorry.
Just like watching this movie makes me feel really nostalgic for like the Phase 1 movies, because especially back then, all the different series felt a little more unique. I feel like there's like a Marvel feel now, which is fine, but it was cool to see like an Iron Man movie and then a Thor movie and a Captain America movie, and they each had their own distinct look. And I think the Iron Man movies always look very like sleek and modern and nice, and yeah, it's um, definitely happening in Iron Man 2.
Yeah. Yeah, and especially and one last best thing I would say is the Merkel racetrack with the iron suitcase. For me,
Yeah,
the best thing about this film, like
yeah,
it's one of the
that
best scenes.
suitcase, that suitcase is so cool.
I know it's so amazing, and for me, like when you get to Iron Man, and it's like, oh man, it's such a silly theme, but then in this film, they made it so cool. I was like, oh my god, that's so much better. It's so practical, and it's like, oh my god, that's such a cool thing.
Yeah,
And
I
it
love.
could, oh sorry,
No,
go ahead.
go ahead.
Very quickly, I'll let you talk, Will. One other thing, it reminds me of another armor for Iron Man, the Silver Centennial armor. Uh, that's like a famous one in the '80s, and I like how they make that into this armor suitcase. That's the suit you see in Iron Man 3 when he's in the oil rig. So
Yeah.
yeah, the shoulder pads if you see that suit.
Hmm.
Anyway, go ahead, Will. What you were saying?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that watching like Iron Man throughout all the movies over the 12 years that he was in the different films, it's cool to see how they like slowly progress the technology of his suits. So like it starts off and it takes him a really long time to like get into the suit or get out of the suit, and he needs the special equipment in his mansion, and then later, like in this one, it's a little more portable, or he has like other places where he can get in and get out of his suit. And then Iron Man 3 like comes to him, and then all the way to Endgame where it's like nanotech.
Yeah,
It's cool that they like slowly progressed it, and
yeah,
but I think the suitcase is the peak of mixing like coolness and practicality.
yes,
Um, it's such
yeah,
a cool like suit up sequence.
yeah. One of the best. And he perfects that suitcase in the Avengers. If you pay attention when he's trying to get the Mark 7 out,
Mhm.
it's he pretty much made that heavy armor into a suitcase. And so it's cool from this movie. He thought about how to make it, because this suitcase armor doesn't fly and is not too strong or durable as you say it. And so you look at Mark 7, it's like a extension to the suitcase.
Mhm.
And it's very cool how he did that in the Avengers because no, yeah, yeah, I agreed. I do have one criticism is the suits here. I wish the Mark IV was a little more distinct. It's
Mhm.
just too similar to Mark III, but I mean, whatever. I mean, we get the various distant designs and layer on the film, so that's my only complaint for the suits in this film. But okay. I guess what's the worst aspect of the film for you, Will? Worst thing?
Um, I mean, it feels like nothing of consequence really happens. Like at the end of the movie, everything's back to the way it was at the beginning of the movie. Uh, which there's like a fun story in between, but it doesn't really change the status quo at all.
Mm,
Um, I also think that Whiplash as a villain is just really campy, and it's fun, but it's really hard to take it seriously.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah.
I had to disagree with you, buddy.
Okay.
I
All right.
okay. Let me explain why. I think Whiplash is a interesting potential villain that was great for the first half, but it's just the second half. He's no longer like he's not like he did like, how to say it, like Whiplash is a very interesting and potential villain, but his service to the film was done after the first half when he attacked Stark. He's trying to do like kind of like the Dark Knight to show like the world that everything is not perfect, and like
Mhm.
for Whiplash, he's trying to show people that Stark is not is not the nuclear tenant, and like Whiplash himself can create the technology that Stark has.
Yeah.
So he's trying to prove a point.
Yeah.
It's just oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
But he has that great line that I think is better than like anything else that his character does. I'll let you get back to your argument against that in a second. But the line is, if you can make God bleed, people will cease to believe in him.
Yes.
That's such a great villain line. And it's like a good counter to Stark's arc, where he like thinks he's invincible and is like coping with the poisoning. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
But what were you saying before?
Oh no. You hit the nail on the coffin nail about that. Like he's trying to prove a point, and that he's not the perfect hero that a lot of people think he is, and that he's not like himself and stuff like that. And so he's doing something that's great. But then when you get to the second half of the film, that's where everything just falls apart. He's just like, we don't see these plots get executed right, and so we don't get a satisfying thing. And then Whiplash just is kind of there, and like that's where like Justin Hammer's there, but it just kind of like it struggles to give Whiplash some things to do. And I don't like him wearing armor again, another armor villain. Yeah. It's like I prefer the deleted scene where he kidnapped Pepper and without his suit. It makes more like an limited like final sequence than just an armor battle. Really, he's a one and done character for the first half, and like that's perfect. But then they just drag him too much in the second half, and it's like, and he is a serious character. It's just like the second half, like you get these jokes and gags that you try to deal with him, and it's just like I don't care. Like the parrot thing is like, I want my bird.
I want my bird.
And I'm like, I don't care about your bird. You're a villain. Yeah. It just shows the commitment, the bizarre commitment that this film does with the humor, and it's just not my type. Not my cup of tea.
Yeah.
And then I guess other any worst aspects you want to mention?
No, I can't think of anything else that like stands out. What about you?
I do want to mention two things. I want to mention the setup of the Avengers. I mean, it in hindsight, it's not the worst thing about the film. It's like, to me, it's okay. It's a good expanded universe of the MCU. But if you think about back then, it's like, why you're doing this? Like if you were aware of like the build-up of the cinematic universe, you were like, oh my god, they're really going hard of setting up the Avengers. If you're like a normal viewer seeing the Iron Man 2 the first time, it's kind of like a expanded universe for the Iron Man films, and like it's fine for you. So it's okay. I think the little bit stuff that carries over the MCU is great. Like Howard is a great setup from this film, and it goes to its logical conclusion, especially in Endgame. And then what was the other one that's set up here?
Black Widow and Nick Fury too.
Yeah, that. I mean, you got those characters that carry over for the films, and they're great. I guess we kind of get into, and that's my last thing for the worst aspect of the film. But the setup of the Avengers is not too bad, folks. It's okay,
Yeah. It has the classic like middle chapter in a trilogy problem, but weirdly the final chapter was the first Avengers movie, but the second movie feels like it's it only exists to lead into the third.
yeah, yeah. I mean, especially the Avengers. Like Avengers, like is like an Iron Man 2.5. You know,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
carries
definitely.
over the sequel stuff. Let's get into best characters in the film. I mean, you mentioned um Justin Hammer. What other characters you like?
Um,
Sorry.
Bless you. Yeah.
Thank you.
I really like Black Widow in this movie.
And the
Um,
stream.
yeah, I mean, she doesn't get a lot to do. Like, I think they definitely improved the character later,
Mm.
gave her more of a personality. But I think there's a lot of cool like action sequences with her in this one, and it's cool to see her do like spy stuff and like assume a false identity because that's stuff that she's known to do but doesn't really do in any of the other movies. And I'm hoping in her solo movie she gets to do a lot more of that.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, she's an interesting character. Yeah. Black Widow is she's serviceable of the film. I mean, she has better introduction than Hawkeye. So,
Yeah.
I mean, she's basically.
Well,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
well, Hawkeye was more of a cameo in Thor.
Well, yeah,
But
but the thing is, I mean, you could easily make him like a supporting character like Coulson. Coulson's in that film, and he has a lot to do. But I don't
yeah.
know. It's weird. But we're not in Thor, folks. So it's just kind of weird. Like they did that for Hawkeye. I'm like, you could make him a supporting character in that film. Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, Black Widow is serviceable in the film. I just see her as eye candy in this film. I mean, they do like very like gratuitous things with her, you know,
Yeah,
mostly,
agree.
you know, just I don't want to say it, but like you guys know what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Yeah. I
You
agree.
know,
I also think that the fight scene where she and Happy Hogan infiltrate Hammer Tech,
mm,
it might be my favorite part of the movie. Where he spends the whole like 3-minute fight scene fighting one guy, and then he looks up and she's beaten the other 12.
12 security guards. Yeah, I love that gag. That was a good setup. Oh my god.
And
Yeah.
the fight choreography in that scene's really cool too.
Hmm. Yes. I agree. Yeah, Black Widow is an interesting character. Yeah, her movie's coming up, and it's interesting to see her and her appearance of the films, and like this film is like she's very, you know, unknown, very like straight nonsense spy, you know,
Mhm.
and you know they haven't yet explored the Russian background that you know she's a KGB until the Avengers. Um, yeah. What do you think about her costume?
Just the black like catsuit thing.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's standard spy stuff.
Yeah.
There's nothing about it that really stands out.
yeah, it's very blue. If you look at the pictures, like the promotional pictures and behind the scenes stuff, it's like very blue for some reason. I mean,
Well, Shield is traditionally blue. So I
Yes.
guess that
yeah.
maybe they were thinking that.
Well, yeah. There's a couple of constant art that she's like very shield like costume, and it looks good. I just
Mm.
I just don't think it carry over well into live action.
Yeah, no. In the season of Agents of Shield that's airing right now, there's a few episodes where they had the like classic Shield costumes from the '70s comics, and and it they look ridiculous, and in like a really fun way. That was great to see on the show, but yeah, it
Oh.
does not translate well to live action.
No, don't tell me that. I love those. I mean,
Yeah,
you
no,
seen-
it's like it's fun and it works. I definitely recommend watching Agents of Shield if you haven't seen it.
I definitely want to see it. I'll probably just start season 4 because I just I I don't know. Agency Assistance of Strength, but we're not yet there yet. I don't know. Her costume's good, folks. I mean, it's the least favorite of mine. You know what? It's first. It's like second least favorite because my least favorite is the Avengers Age of Ultron suit. I never liked that suit. Ugh.
The one that lights up.
Yeah, like. I I don't get why they put blue. I just feel like red made more sense, and like I don't know why. And you see a concept art from one of the artists. They showed that she had a red highlight, and it's like why they went with that. I just don't get that. It's just weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I I guess best character. What are the best characters you like? Well, besides Black Widow. Any else?
I mean, the obvious answer is Tony Stark. He's
Yeah.
just really cool, and I don't know. Like I love Robert Downey Jr.'s like delivery of his lines, especially in the first two Iron Man movies.
Mm,
Everything just comes off really like natural, and he's so smooth when he plays this character.
yeah. My favorite line from him when Natasha was going over his like even plans in the Marco scene.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Yeah.
she say like, "Oh, you have a what 10:30 a dinner plan," and then he say like, "I'll be there at 11." That was so cool. Such a great delivery. Oh my god, that was the best line.
Mhm.
I guess for me, for best character of this film, besides um, War Machine, for me could be yeah. I probably had to go to Justin Hammer. I he, I mean, I love Sam Rockwell, and
Mm-hmm.
Justin Hammer is another character who's the best in this film. Um, I just love his I just love how they just make him be like a wannabe Tony Stark character, and I feel like Sam Rockwell does it very well. I guess my favorite scenes from him is his what is it? Uh, oh my god, there's so many good scenes with him. The one he's showing out the weapons to John Chio. That's
Yeah.
great. I love his delivery of the puff. Was it the pump of dragon, purple dragon line? That cracks me up. And
Mhm.
it's like the what else?
I call it the ex-wife.
The ex-wife. Yeah, that one was really great. Like that scene cracks me up. It's just hilarious, and like yeah, and then his last conversation with Whiplash is funny too. He's like, "How you make this meat feel?" You know,
Mhm.
just yeah. It's a very he's such a funny character, and I wish he came back. Like he's such a like I read the comics, and he's another major character in the of the Iron Man shows, and like he can serve a great purpose. And I'm just disappointed that the MCU hasn't used him properly.
Yeah. Well, maybe they'll bring him back for something else. They have a history of doing that.
Yeah, I mean, not for long term.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they brought back General Ross
I mean,
after like 10 years.
oh my god, 10 years.
Right. Well, it was Civil War came out in 2016.
That's 8 years.
And 8 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a long time.
I mean, I don't want to repeat myself, but like, what was it? Was it in World Cup 2? Yeah, like I mentioned that like it could have been other complex general,
Yeah. Yeah. We
military
didn't talk
person.
about this last time.
And I just like I'm a big Hulk fan.
Mhm.
If you're gonna do that, I just want him to be in the scene with Mark Ruffalo, and that just makes it more awkward. And so I I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
Bruce kind of hides from him in Infinity War.
then that's true. Like that's just so weird. I mean they did a good job of turning villains like Loki and Thanos.
Yeah, Loki's fantastic in these movies.
Oh yeah, Loki's great. I'm excited to see what they do with the Mandarin and Zemo. I'm very excited for, and
Mhm.
I'm thinking who else they did well returning. Oh, Elise's Claw. He's a great one that
Yeah,
returned, and like
I was sad when he, uh, spoilers, died in Black Panther.
I know,
I was surprised. It worked really well for Black Panther's story. I was just sad because I really liked the character.
and Andy Serkis was fun.
Yeah,
He was the best part of that film. After Killmonger. Uh, yeah, I mean they could do it well. It's just I like I just know like maybe just Justin Hammer is just not enough as a villain, I guess, but I don't know. It's
yeah,
just
he's a
weird.
good like background villain, like not
Yeah,
not the guy pulling the strings, but
yeah,
um,
yeah.
yeah, good like secondary antagonist.
True. Well, we'll see, folks. I mean, we'll see what they do down the line. But I mean, right now, we just got the short film for that. Um, okay. Get into other. What's like the worst character in this film for you, Will?
I think I have to go with Whiplash.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, like I agree with what you said earlier that in the first half he's compelling, but he's a little cartoony, which didn't really fit with the first movie's vibe,
mm,
and I don't know, they don't really go too much into his backstory. Like they do a little bit,
right.
but uh, not enough to make me like care about him.
No, like, well, and his response is to the Stark family, not specifically with Tony.
Right? Yeah.
There's other problems with his character that um, does affect him as a character. Um, I I mean, again, just the execution is pretty bad.
Mhm.
And you mentioned something that doesn't fit with the first film's vibes. This film doesn't feel at all the first film's vibes. I want to say that, like the the improvisation this time around is kind of the worst than the first film, where the first film felt genuine, and then
Mhm.
the the payoffs and stuff like that. It's not really like satisfy, and it just doesn't give you that kind of huge relief like the first one does.
Mhm.
Like his suit got like freeze up, and then when he did that to stay in suit, it was such a great payoff. And then the art director, like you have a heart, Tony Stark, and that gets paid off very well
Yeah.
of him reusing it. Here, this film they do have a couple payoffs, but it doesn't work as well.
Yeah.
I don't think this film is really connected at all with the first film. So I'm just
Well, the first film is so good that it would be hard to live up to it. And I
Mm.
feel like they
Yeah.
probably had more time to like make the first movie since it was the first one, and then they kind of rushed this into production once the original Iron Man was a success. So
yeah,
I think it shows that um, the longer you have to like prepare and make the best film possible, the more likely it is the film will be good.
yeah.
If you rush something, it's not going to be as great as it could be.
Oh yes, especially Thor: The Dark World.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like it's interesting to compare that to this, but I mean, it just shows they have at least a strong skeleton of idea,
Mhm.
and then it's just Thor: The Dark World just falls apart the
Yeah.
minute you see it. It's like
Yeah.
it just astounds me. Yeah. I think that's the lesson that Marvel learned from this and Iron Man 2, not to rush stuff,
Mhm.
and in Age of Ultron as well, to jam pack stuff as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah. Then I guess I do want to mention Pepper.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
I mean,
She's.
oh,
Or
I'm sorry.
you go first.
I want to say she's not the worst character of the film. I just don't think she gets enough to do like the first Iron Man film or the third one. I liked her more there, and
Yeah.
I just feel like they don't serve her well in this film.
Yeah. She is. She definitely has more to do in the other movies.
Yeah. Um, what do you think about, excuse me, Tony and Pepper's relationship in this film specifically?
I like that. Uh, like the second movie started, and it wasn't just like, oh, happy couple from the first movie. I like that there's conflict between them, um, and I think it's good that Tony's relationship with Pepper is part of what like drives him to become a better person and improve
Mm,
himself.
sure.
But they don't. I don't know. There's something kind of off in this movie. Like I don't feel like the payoff at the end is earned.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like they were just fighting, and then at the end of the movie, there's they like make up and kiss. It doesn't feel like enough happened to justify like that much. Like I definitely a reconciliation, but not like romance.
Yeah. Um, I mean, the unfortunate thing is they didn't focus enough Pepper and her relation with Tony in the film, so
Mm-hmm.
it just ends up being okay. And then you have this line where she said she quit. She's quitting the CEO thing, but then it kind of gets retconned from Iron Man 3 that she still is.
Yeah,
So like there's stuff in Iron Man 2 that was very unclear. It gets kind of clear up more in Iron Man 3, and I feel like that was the one that I was like, oh really? So I just
yeah.
yeah, but
That happens a lot with Pepper. I get a lot of like whiplash. So pardon the pun. Uh, when she like
oh
she'll
god,
start doing she'll like end one movie feeling one way, and then they'll go to the next movie, and I don't know if it's like based on Gwyneth Paltrow's availability or not, but she'll like she and Tony will either be together or split up,
hmm
and we don't see any of that. Like in Civil War, we're told that uh, she and Tony split up because he like was too obsessed with work, and then at the end of that movie, they're back together.
well,
Like
well, presumably, but like remember Spider-Man: Homecoming? That was confirmed they got back together.
yeah,
Oh yeah,
it's it feels like after Iron Man 3, there's like a bunch of really important things that happen in their relationship, but they all happen off
mhm,
screen.
yeah. Um, I feel like well, she appears most in the Phase One, and then entry and just Phase Two. But then after Iron Man 3, like I think there's a progression of her character with Tony in the first phase, from
Yeah.
the first two, and then the Avengers, and then Iron Man 3. It's
Mm-hmm.
a logical conclusion. But
Yeah.
then when we don't see her on screen, when we start doing that really towards the end of Phase 2 with Age of Ultron,
Mm-hmm.
and then it just continued in Phase 3 until Homecoming till Endgame.
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah, her characters. I mean, to be fair, that happens with other characters in the MCU. It's like back and forth with their arcs and their appearances. You know, Thor has this. Um, Tony has this completely in Phase 2 after Iron Man 3, and like you know, I think Pepper got better when she gets back into the Spider-Man Homecoming when we started to do more with her and Tony and like what's going to happen in Endgame. I feel like so it happens with other characters, unfortunately. you know. Um, so yeah, it's a weird. It's just again, this is just how the MCU handles characters, and they struggle sometimes to juggle them in these films and crossovers. So, um, okay, I guess. What do you think about Nick Fury? We haven't mentioned Samuel L. Jackson's Nick Fury.
Yeah, well, this was his like first full appearance in a movie. So
Yes, it's
it
true.
was interesting to like learn more about his character in this one.
Yeah, very interesting. Um, yeah. Uh, uh,
He
best
doesn't
line from.
really.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
He
I was going
doesn't.
to. Oh, I'm sorry. I yeah yeah. I was just. Let me say something quickly. For
Mhm.
my favorite line for him is say, uh, like I got your on you, and like he has the eye patch. Like
Yeah.
that's such a hilarious gag they just did. Now go ahead. Well, and that's it.
Yeah. I feel like he doesn't have a lot to do in this movie. Like he shows up to just spout exposition and set up the Avengers. But besides that, you don't really learn too much about him.
Nah. Um, or not Shield. I'm kind of surprised. Don't learn about more about Shield as an organization. Um, yeah, Nick Fury's good. I mean, he's accessible as well, like Black Widow. You know,
Yeah.
it's just he's just there to set up the Avengers, as we'll say. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. He looks cool. Yeah, he looks cool in the eye patch. Yeah. He's Samuel L. Jackson. Uh, so I have to
Yeah.
say. But another character that definitely continues on from this movie, as well from the first film, is Agent Coulson.
Yeah.
I don't want to forget to talk about him, but what do you think about him in this film, Will?
I'm. This was the first film he was in where I like noticed him as a character. Like I remember like watching Iron Man, and he was just the face of Shield. Like he didn't feel like a person.
Okay.
And then Iron Man 2, he gets a little more like personality. Like we see him kind of geek out over the Captain America Shield prototype in Tony Stark's garage, and he has
Oh,
that
yeah.
line about like tasing Tony watching Super Nanny.
That's my favorite line for him. He always cracks me up.
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but I love Coulson. I'm a huge fan of Agents of Shield, so
Okay, that makes sense.
yeah, it's fun to like go back and see him before the show.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah, Coulson's great in this film. He gets better. He gets great one-liners, and again, he does a really good job being a successful character to cross over to the films. And like, it's cool. He set up Thor in the post-credit scene, and then you see him again in Thor. So it's really great to tie in so much of this with him as a Shield agent. I
Yeah.
think they did a good job of doing that, and yeah, and I mentioned what is it like you say, when Tony is trying to convince Coulson to let him go, and it's like, look, I'll tase you, and if you try to leave, like he's trying to say, like you tried to leave, or and escape from this facility, I'm gonna tase you, and I watch Super Night while you drool in the floor. It's such a perfect line, and it's
Yeah,
just,
and his delivery is really good too because he's just very like matter of fact.
yes, I know. Oh God. It's just funny. One of the best lines in that film. Okay. Let's kind of get into what other characters is in this film. I just don't want to miss some other characters.
Christine Everhart is like a reporter who was in the first
Oh, yes.
Iron Man movie. This is the one
Yeah.
that he sleeps with at the beginning of the first movie.
Mhm.
And she also pops up in some of the like promotional videos that Marvel made during Phase 2. Like she there's like YouTube videos leading up to the release of Ant-Man, and she was a newscaster explaining like PIM technologies or um, Scott's arrest for
Wow.
like driving a car into a rich person's pool while he was stealing like
Wow.
information. Yeah.
That's very cool. Yeah, she's a comic book character. It was great that she came back. Um, and and they pay off like her like was it like her peace puff whatever about Tony?
Her spread.
Yes, her spread.
Yeah, it's a good. I don't know, like I really like uh, the dialogue whenever Pepper or Tony are talking to people. Like,
Yes, I agree.
there's fun like wordplay. The delivery is always
Yeah.
really good.
My favorites are their conversation in Iron Man 3 with the bunny and like it cracks me up. Yeah, their banter is great in this film. My favorite is the security guard. Like, I was under attack, and he's like, "Get in the car." It just cracks me up. The pressure. Yeah. Oh, actually, there's one character we have to talk about. It's John Favreau's Happy Hogan.
Yeah,
Yes. What do you think of it? He got a bigger role in this film. That's the thing.
he did. Yeah, it was kind of a small role in the first one.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like that. Like that's a character that was just originally a small role. He was Tony's chauffeur slash bodyguard, and he just evolved into a character where, like in Spider-Man 2, he's a major character in the movie. Like it's fun to see characters like get more spotlight when they're well liked.
Yes. Oh, and by the way, folks, and Will, like as an Iron Man fan, I want to say Happy Hogan is a major character in the Iron Man comics. So for this film, looking back on this film, I was happy that he got like an expanded role, just like Pepper and Rose had. So and just think, as an Iron Man fan, for me, I'm like, oh yeah, he like it's incredible to see him through the films when he pop up, especially in Homecoming and Far From Home. Is incredible. Just another way for me to have another piece of Iron Man, when Tony leaves, So it's just great. He gets a couple good lines here in the film, and great moments. My favorite is definitely him just trying to beat this one guy, and then and Natasha got all the security guards in Justin Hammer's facility.
Yeah. Do you know if John Favreau is a boxer in real life? Because he like Happy Hogan boxes in these movies, and then John Favreau had a brief arc on Friends, and his character also did like mixed martial arts.
Really? I think I'm looking at his Wikipedia. I don't think so. Oh no. Hold on. I don't think so. I'm looking at it. I mean, because he graduated from the Bronx, so he's born in Queens, New York, conveniently. So I think it's just a quirk he just added with that character. I feel like.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out if the character Happy is a. Oh yes. Okay. I'm looking at the Happy Wikipedia, and he is a former boxer. Happy. I forgot that in the comic books, I read the early comics of Iron Man. He's a former boxer, and he became a chauffeur and personal assistant for Tony in the early days. So that's actually the comic book character trait. So no, it's not with John Favreau. It's just.
Okay, it's just he happens to have played two characters with a history of boxing.
Exactly. Which they don't. That's the thing. Like you had, for me, like as an Iron Man fan, like I totally forgot with that character, because they don't mention that in the films, with the Iron Man films.
Right.
So Yeah, and you see a little bit in like damage and stuff, you know. So yeah. What else? Speaking of like weird traits, like weird things you see in this film, do you know like Kate Mara and Olivia Munn was in these films as well?
Yeah, they have really small roles, which is weird because they're such big like names now. Or even
Exactly.
then, Kate Mara was kind of big. I want to say people knew
Rising.
who she was. Yeah,
Well, her sister was. That's another
right.
factor. Her
Yeah,
sister was rising up. Yeah. Um, yeah. I guess let's get into trivia and facts. I guess. Like, the big one is like War Machine. Like the reason for Rhodey John to the Iron Man armor is similar to what happened in the comic books because of Tony's like alcoholism, but it's in
right.
under a different circumstances. I want to say.
Yeah, the demon in a bottle storyline.
Yes,
Yeah,
correct. Which I'm sad they didn't push forward for that because that could have been great.
yeah. It feels like the Palladium core storyline in this movie is just like a watered down, family friendly version of that, where he starts like acting reckless. Um, I mean, he drinks a lot in this movie.
Which,
Um,
yeah, that's weird. Yeah, yeah.
it feels like the original script might have been a more strict adaptation of Demon in a Bottle.
Uh, yeah. Like, I mean, folks, like for me, that's like the best part about Iron Man. Like the reason, like, if you like the Marvel stuff, is because they're like relatability. I kind of like the idea of like a addicted superhero, and like alcoholism isn't something we don't talk about in medium at all. And so like hearing Iron Man being the one character will know that is interesting. And I have the one shot of Demon in the Bottle, and it's really great. I highly recommend reading that. And it again, it just shows the disappointment for me in this film. How there's so many potential they could have done, but they don't really did they just don't go for it at all.
Mhm.
Or it gets unfortunately this had studio manually, unfortunately, for good reasons and some not good reasons. Um, um, what else? Yeah. And there's a couple of like Armor Wars storyline, um,
Mhm.
particularly Tony trying to keep his armors away from the government and stuff like that, and that could have been another like better storyline for them to just take than Demon in a Bottle, because at least Armor Wars is a little more friendly, and you
Mhm.
know you can easily like put other Iron Man rogues into this, like
Yeah.
the Leaving Laser, and the Knight and Unicorn and stuff like that. But I don't know, it's just weird. Um, what else? Another interesting fact, and this is a well-known one. Do you know who was going to be Black Widow before Scarlett Johansson?
Emily Blunt, right?
Yes. I When I heard that, I was like, really? And I could, I mean, especially if you see the Devil's Wear product, or hopefully I spelled that right.
Devil Wears Prada.
Yeah, like she has a redhead hair, and she looks the part. And I mean, if you're not a fan of Emily Blunt, just get out of this, service, folks, because she's great. And I definitely love her to be in Black Widow, but it didn't happen. Do you know why? Oh, sorry, Will, you want to say something?
I was just saying they might be able to get her for something later. So she
Oh,
might show up
that's
in a
true.
Marvel movie at some point. But what were you
Yeah.
gonna say?
Oh, I was gonna say like the reason that she couldn't do it is because well, presumably for schedule conflicts, but it was just her contract with Fox was still ongoing, and she had to be in Gobbler's Travel that year. So,
Oh, well,
yeah,
I'm sure she's happy that she got to be in that blockbuster of a movie instead of the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
I know.
Uh,
It's I
yeah.
I just
I hope they find something for her later.
yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I I just want to be cautious because sometimes when they hire your favorite actor, it's sometimes not what you want them to be. Sometimes,
Yeah.
like you have Danny Glover in Spider-Man: Homecoming. He could have been another major character, but he plays. I know he plays Miles' uncle, but like
Yeah. Well, it's he plays the Prowler, like the
Flyer, yeah,
character who is the Prowler in the
Yeah.
comics and in Into the Spider-Verse.
it's, it's voiced by Mahershala Ali.
Yeah, but it's
Conveniently,
the same character.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it would be cool for Donald Glover to have a bigger role, but I'm hoping that they're just setting it up for like Miles having his own movie later, and then Donald can play a good villain role.
that's true. I'll cross my fingers when that happens. So, okay, what other things? Apparently, I'm looking at the Marvel Cinematic Universe fandom.com, and there's
Okay.
one note that's interesting. They're saying that Edward Norton was rumored to reprise his role as Bruce Banner in a cameo for this film, as foreshadowing of the Avengers, but
Oh.
it didn't happen. So that's interesting.
This is interesting. I've never heard that before.
Yeah. I mean, well, and you kind of, I think that could have been more sense because we got the footage from the Hulk, the Incredible Hulk, in this film towards the end when
Yeah,
you know,
and Tony Stark showed up at the end of The Incredible Hulk.
yeah, which that was for me. That's my favorite cameo because it got me into the MCU. Like, oh, they're actually doing this. So
Yeah, that was the first crossover.
yeah, yeah, it's very interesting. But also other industry, just like MCU facts, like in the MCU universe, we got the Senator Stern in this film, and
Yeah,
and obviously his conclusion is just the best one out of this, uh, especially because with the soldier, he's a Hydra agent.
yeah. There's a lot of things in future Marvel movies that retroactively make this movie a lot more interesting.
Yes,
Like him being a Hydra agent. I think I said this on the RoboCop 2 podcast, but it makes it more interesting that he's trying to get the suit because that means Hydra's trying to get their own Iron Man suit.
yeah,
Um,
which is fascinating. Yeah. Um, and and it just rolls back to their connection of killing Tony's father as well.
Right.
And,
Yeah.
yeah,
yeah,
it's
it's interesting in that Senate hearing that Tony Stark is arguing against like government control of his suit and his superheroics because that's the opposite of his position in Civil War.
Yes,
I think it's cool to see how his philosophy on that evolves over the films,
yeah,
especially after Age of Ultron, where he sees how much damage can be done when he just acts kind of recklessly and does whatever he wants.
yeah, um, yes, and shows that he's a human person.
Yeah,
And I like how he sometimes tries to fix it, but he just takes it to extreme measures sometimes, and I feel like, but it makes him a very interesting character. So
Yeah.
What else? I think that's it for other facts because I mean I'm trying to figure out what else that's notable in this film.
The Whiplash's father shows up as a character in Agent Carter.
Yes.
Season 2.
Yeah, that was a great payoff. I like that.
There's a shot of a kid in the Stark Expo.
Oh yes.
And in the end,
Exactly.
it was Jon Favreau's son wearing an Iron Man mask, and Tom Holland and Kevin Feige have said something about that possibly being Peter Parker when he was a kid. Um,
Yes, that's another one that's been brought up again that made this
Yeah.
film more important.
yeah, it's a fun like headcanon for people if they want to believe that that's Peter.
And I could believe it. I mean, he's in like the right age.
Yeah, and they're in Queens, so
Exactly. And it makes sense why he loves Tony Stark. You know,
Yeah.
he got saved and he became a hero. That makes sense. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Thank you, Will, for bringing that up. That's the other one that people now has make that like somewhat canonical because it fits in well enough, you know. So
and just going off that, like the theme of this film was legacy and like how Howard
Yes.
Stark was passing his legacy on to Tony. I think it's interesting to watch this movie now after Endgame and Far From Home, where we see Tony passing his legacy on to Peter Parker.
yes, that's true.
It's just another interesting dynamic and another way in which Tony Stark as a character evolved throughout the movies.
It's very true. Also, like Mysterio is similar to Justin Hammer. If you think about it, like he wants to be Tony Stark as well, and like you know, if you look at how Mysterio does it, he completely modeled Tony as like he modeled himself to be Tony Stark with the beard, and like he wears a suit that's like you know a mixture of Iron Man slash you know the other Avengers characters,
Yeah,
and like he's after the legacy of Tony Stark as well.
right.
Just like Whiplash. Like he's almost a mixture of the both villains in this
Yeah.
film.
I think Justin Hammer wants to be Tony Stark, the millionaire playboy philanthropist.
Yeah,
And Mysterio wants to be Iron Man. He wants to be the beloved superhero. He wants
yes,
all the credit.
yeah. I agree. That's better analysis for mine. That makes sense. Tony want Justin being one more like Tony as a weapons manufacturer, where Mysterio wants to be, you know, Quentin Beck wants to be more of like the hero Iron Man.
Right.
You know, yeah, I agree. Okay. I guess let's kind of just wrap up some stuff. Like what do you think about the legacy of this film? What do you think its future, like these last 10 years? Do you think it got better when the MCU kind of like when the MCU was starting to roll up with more movies? And what do you think overall the legacy of the film?
Yeah, I think like we've been talking about, things that were added in later movies kind of retroactively make this film a little more interesting. But I still think as more Marvel movies came out, this feels like it's on the lower end of the list in terms of quality. It's a little like it suffers from a lot of the problems that sequels often do.
Yeah, sometimes hit. You know, when the first film was a major hit, you know, like Iron Man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess for me, it's I think it was the one. Yeah, like it's kind of interesting saying the legacy and how the theme of legacy is in this film. Uh, it's I guess for me, the legacy of this film shows, you know, Marvel can put like at least a decent film that isn't bad enough, you know, like they can handle production problems or
Like even their worst films are gonna be like passable action movies.
yeah, and when like the good example of that is Thor: The Dark World, like I don't like it, I don't like it, but
Thor: The Dark World is aggressively okay.
exactly, yeah, I agree with that. It's okay, and folks, it's not Like it's not fantastic or the bad X-Men films.
Right.
You know,
It's watchable.
Mm, yeah, I mean, well, the Asgard stuff is watchable, but not their stuff. I can.
Yeah, no, Thor: The Dark World, I meant, is watchable.
Yeah, exactly.
Fantastic. I've never seen, and I don't want to.
Don't do it. If if we do like a talk about that, it's just will be one time, and that's it. We'll leave it like that. Yeah, and I mean, it's important for Iron Man as a character because he's like the linchpin of the MCU, and you look at this film, like because Iron Man was the only success they had. Like the Incredible Hulk wasn't successful enough, and
Right.
so you saw how he was like the only thing for them to bounce off to, and so I mean, this movie, whatever your opinion on this film, it helped to usher in the MCU, you know, and it did well in the box office. The reviews were not as highly regarded as the first film, but like it was enough for you to go back and see it again.
Yeah.
And and it helped to push Thor and Captain America, and I mean an extent that those two films are spin-offs from this film,
Mhm.
Thor is foreshadowed in this film with the New Mexico and then the post-credit scene, and then Captain America literally is in this film, but you don't think of it. Like stuff like
His
Oh,
shield shows up.
Exactly.
The Tesseract is in Howard Stark's notebook.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, and then Tony's relationship with his father is another important thing that gets developed in the first adventure, but you see Howard and Steve relation, and then you see how in the Avengers it's like, oh wow, there's another extension about that relation that affected Tony, and like it's a better sequel of Iron Man 2, and so but yeah, I think the legacy of the film will be more like it's accessible sequel to the first Iron Man film, but it's a important part of the extended universe for the MCU down the line. So
Yeah, it sets up a lot of things, even if it doesn't stand alone as well.
exactly, yeah. And I guess, yeah. I mean, and that's what I say. You want to rank this for the Iron Man films, and then how you place this with the Iron Man trilogy? Is your last or?
I would do Iron Man, then Iron Man 3, then Iron Man 2.
Whoa, Iron Man 2 is your favorite of the?
No, the other way. It's my least
sorry.
favorite. So
Okay.
Number 1 is the first Iron Man, then I like Iron Man 3, then Iron Man 2.
Yep, the same for me. Same list. Because we're not gonna rank the MCU right now.
It takes so long. There's so many movies.
I know it's 23 movies, but you want to rank them with the main players like Thor and Captain America. You want to do that because it'd be better. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, let's do that. Like they have 3 films together.
Yeah.
So 3 films. 1, 2, 3.
How would you rank the Thor movies?
So, like, obviously, the last, like, for number 9 is Thor: The Dark World. That's the worst of the 3 main films.
Yeah.
So, we'll put Thor: The Dark World as number 9 for me. Then we up to 8. For you, what should be 8?
I would probably put Iron Man 2.
Yeah. I agree. At least Iron Man 2 is better than Thor: Dark World because it's a lot funnier. It's grounded. Where, for me, Thor: Dark World is disappointing because it's supposed to be grandiose and it's not. So, and their scenes are bad in Thor: Dark World. Just saying. Okay, then 7.
I would do Thor.
Yes.
I have
Yeah.
I have a soft spot for the first Thor movie. I really like it, but I recognize that it's kind of boring.
I no, I'm with you, Will. I have a soft spot for that. I really like the first Thor film. It it has that charm and like confidence that some of the other MCU films doesn't have. And
I don't know if it
and
earned the confidence, but it definitely has it, and I appreciate it.
mm, right. I because I am a big fan of Kenneth Branagh in general, and
Yeah, he's a great director.
yeah, and I just like the way he directs the first Thor film.
Yeah,
And the human characters are intolerable. They're terrible. They're not as bad as the second film.
right.
So, but yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It has one of my favorite lines, like the one of the CEO agency, the Warriors 3 and Sif, and like we got Sion, Robin Hood, and Jackie Chan walking.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah.
It's pretty funny. Okay, and then number 6, I'll put the first Avenger, like
Okay.
because I feel like it's a better standalone film over Thor, but the third act it's not bad. It's just they tried to contrive some stuff in the third film to set up the stuff later on, like Bucky's death and his future role, and then how to get Captain America into the modern world, which shouldn't have been contrived. It's like it was very easy from the comics. I don't know why they made it so hard for them.
I don't know. I disagree. I think it didn't feel contrived. It felt,
Oh, really? Okay.
yeah. I mean, I also have a soft spot for the first Captain America movie. I really like the aesthetic and the cartoonishness of it. Uh,
Yeah.
it's very unique compared to all the other Marvel movies, and I wish that they could do more with that tone.
Yeah, I agree. I just, for me, like, I like alternate history, and I just don't think the MCU films do it right, or just they don't do anything creative for alternate histories. Just in my opinion, folks. I know Will probably disagree, and I understand. Like,
I mean, it's not that much of an alternate history. It's just they're Nazis and they're sci-fi Nazis.
Hmm.
I don't really. It didn't seem like Hydra made that much of a world impact in the MCU, at least in World War II.
Mm. Well,
So
and remember, Hydra, especially who was a Sola, he
Zola, yeah.
yeah he did that intentionally because he wanted to try to take away the hope of the society, as he mentioned in Winter Soldier. So
Mhm.
I feel like that makes a lot of sense when you get into Winter Soldier. Like that part, I'm not bothered by. I'm like, I'm just saying, like they shy away too much, like the Nazi stuff. But then, Carter mentioned that is like a separate, like sub-area for the
Yeah,
Nazi.
they split off from the Nazis during the movie.
Yeah, because they're a science division, but then Red Skull took over and make it different.
Right. Which,
I mean,
you know, I wish I could see more of Captain America punching some Nazis, but
yeah,
Hydra's still interesting.
yeah.
And
I was surprised with Winter Soldier.
yeah,
But that's my number 6. What's your number 6?
mine would be Iron Man 3, I think. Although we're getting into the movies that I really like, I just can't rank them all high.
Yes, that's very true. I'll be okay. That's cool.
Yeah.
I do like Iron Man 3. It was hard for me to get over the Mandarin twist, but when you
Yeah.
watch some of Shane Black stuff, it made me more appreciate of his work. And
Yeah, Shane Black is a great director. I love Kiss Kiss Bang Bang.
and the Nice Guys.
The
too.
Nice Guys, that's good.
Yeah. Okay. Entry number 5 for me is Thor Ragnarok. I want to say that.
Okay.
It's definitely the best Thor film out of the two.
The three.
Yeah, out of three. Yeah, that's just true. Yeah,
The two that you are happy to watch.
exactly. And recently I watched it with my mom. She liked it.
Mhm.
I actually watched it a couple of times now, and it's still great. It's a confident film over the first two films. It has a strong vision than what I think the second film just lacked.
Yeah.
And I just feel like Taika Waititi was such a perfect director, and
Mhm.
it does everything right as an MCU film, and it's very acceptable. Like, you don't have to watch any of the Thor films or his appearance at all, because this film just covers it very well.
Yeah.
So I put it as number 5.
Okay.
What's your number 5?
My number 5 was the first Avenger, Captain America.
Okay.
Uh,
Good choice. I agree. It's just, I understand why you like it. It's a really great, like, it throws you back like the serial like days.
Yeah.
And like I just love it. It has a great heart. I want to say that.
Mhm.
It has a great heart in the film, and I like that. That's why. For me, I think it gets better because of the sequels. I think I appreciate more because of the sequels, what they do with it, and like it pays off well. And for me, the Captain America folks, it'll be no surprise the Captain America will be the highest here because they're the most consistent, the most like best films of the MCU film, in my mind. Yeah. And Red Skull's a good villain. I do want to mention that.
Mhm.
I just wish his takeout was better, but I mean, what are you gonna say? Like,
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So now we got 3, 4 now. Number 4 for me will be Iron Man 3.
Okay.
I think Iron Man 3 was a better film over Iron Man 2. It's better focus. I think it has a story of Iron Man. I love the PST scenario. I like it. It covers up, like, it kind of, for me, it gives me the demon bottle, but in a very unique way, and I
Mhm.
like that. And so that's one of the things I like about this. And two, and speaking of the Captain America films, this is a good counter program, or like counter to the Winter Soldier, in terms of the political talk they do about, how government and like how they sell out, to the bad guys. It's
Mhm.
so interesting, and how we use medium, like how medium scares off us, like it's such an interesting superhero film discussing about those topics. And it's like, for me, that's one of the, for me, it's interesting to talk about in this film. And the villains are interesting, and I just wish we didn't have this one twist that kind of just destroys the interesting stuff that we have.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I feel like,
I think it would have been more interesting to have the Mandarin actually be the leader of a terrorist organization, like he had been set up to in the first Iron Man movie.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm excited to see him in Shang-Chi and the Ten Rings.
yeah, me too. I like, it breaks my heart as Iron Man fan not to see an actual Mandarin versus Iron Man.
Yeah,
That for me crushed me a little bit
Yeah.
when that announced. I just wish this. I wish the Iron Man truly built up to the Mandarin. That's the thing. I don't know why these people are saying it built up to it. It didn't really build up to it at all.
in the first movie they did. The Iron Man 2 doesn't really
Yes.
do anything, but in
Yeah.
the first Iron Man movie, the terrorist organization that kidnaps him was the Ten Rings. They were called the Ten Rings.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, I have to say, I'm saying they didn't build up to those people from the first film and to
Right.
this film. I'm
Right,
saying.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I should have been more clear. But thank you, Will. But yeah, but it's a better film. I think Shane Black. This is actually the most voice director of, like, it has a director's voice out
Yeah.
of the Phase 2 after James Gunn, and then the Russo brothers. So I really like that of the Iron Man 3. What's your number 4, Will?
My number 4 was Civil War.
Wow. Okay, this is interesting. Okay, tell me, why you put it at number 4?
I just the 3 movies that are left, I think, are better or more compelling. but I really like Civil War. Like, I'm not trying to say
Yeah.
anything bad about it. There's some really good movies on this list.
That's true. Yeah. I'm a little concerned for me, but hearing Civil War number 4, that's cool. Yeah, that movie is incredible, and like it has a lot to give you, so I can understand. But, what was the aspect you like about that film? Like to put at number 4 and stuff like that. You know?
I really like all the character interactions in that movie. I like
Yeah.
Tony and Steve's relationship, Steve and Bucky. It's just really interesting to see those characters bounce off each other, and it really feels like the culmination of Tony and Steve's arcs together.
Yes, I agree. Yeah. Yeah, that's my favorite, the Tony and Stark relationship. And especially handling the more serious stuff. Like, I mean, I don't want to mention Batman v Superman, but like this is how you do a superhero fight, like superhero versus superhero, and their ology, their philosophy. I feel like this movie does it so well, and like doesn't take itself too seriously. It gives you enough serious, but also levity. It's impressive, and interesting, like introducing new characters into the fold of the MCU, but also into their new franchise. Obviously, Ant-Man was introduced to the fold of the MCU after his solo film, and then this film introduced some of the Phase 3 solo films we're gonna get, like Spider-Man: Homecoming and Black Panther. And it's very impressive how they juggle so many characters. But yeah, I like it. Right? So I guess I will counter that as number 3 is for me is oh man, how to say it? You know what? Yeah, I'll just put Captain America: The Winter Soldier in this as number 3 for me. The Winter Soldier.
Okay.
I mean,
That's
number 3.
Yeah. Okay.
Winter Soldier. For me, I like it. It's tough because I seen both of them. I rewatched them recently, and like it's hard for me to choose which ones. I just think for me, Civil War has it gives me a lot. But Winter Soldier is a very tight, precise, focused film of all the MCU films. It has the best action films. Has the best villains, which I like how they handle Hydra, how they handle the Winter Soldier. I really like how they took Captain America as a character that I didn't hate, or like I just didn't gravitate to in his first 2 appearances of the MCU films. His solo film, The First Avenger or The Avengers. This film got me into Captain America. I was like, oh wow, he is a cool character. But I care about him, and like they made me care about the character. That's for me as a movie viewer. That's very important for me as a comic book fan. You need to get me into this character because I need to care about him, and they really do. I mean, his scene with Peggy is very strong and powerful, and I really like it. Again, the Russo brothers are amazing. They do a good job of handling the characters. This is the best film for Black Widow and Nick Fury in general.
Yeah, I would agree.
And I was so disappointed especially with Nick Fury, how he was handled so far in these phase 3 and towards the end of phase 2. I just wish we did more with the Hydra outbreak and stuff like that, but what do you want to do about it, But Black Widow is amazing in this film, and one day we need to discuss about the Winter Soldier, and because like her film is coming up, and I feel like this film is very important of her character development.
Yeah.
So that's my number 3. What's your number 3, Will?
Mine was also The Winter Soldier.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's the strongest of the Captain America movies. It has its own like look and voice, but it still feels like it's connected to the others. And it's great action, a compelling plot, good character moments. I already liked Steve Rogers going into it though. Like I loved him in First Avenger and first Avengers movie.
Yeah. I should say that I like his first film. It's just I think the Avengers didn't grab me to his character fully. Well, his first two Avengers films doesn't do. They don't do well with Captain America in those films. That's my opinion, folks. Especially Age of Ultron. There's these things. But whatever. I agree. I'm very happy we're in that same line for number 3. Okay, number 2. Okay, I should put number 2 is Iron Man. I would say.
Okay.
It's a Iron Man. The first Iron Man film for me is my number 1 or number 2 favorite MCU film all time. It's a personal film for me because it got me into Marvel comic books. But also it's the first Marvel character I got into, and so I put it as high as in the main trilogy, or we could say it like the trilogy, Marvel, Thor and Captain America.
Yeah.
And
the big 3.
Exactly. And I think his solo film is great. It has this like energy, this flair you don't get sometimes with some of the MCU solo films, and like it gets into the character so well. Like it's one of the best character-driven films after Batman Begins, and so I think that's one of it stands out of the MCU film. It doesn't feel like an MCU film, but it sets up stuff that what makes those solo films work. In the Marvel film. So you have to give credit due to this film because it helps what you need to do as a superhero film or action film, whatever.
Yeah, it really changed the genre and helped define a lot of things for Marvel.
Yeah. Yep. And again, Will, you're right. Robert Downey Jr. is a great actor. His delivery of dialogue is great, especially in this film. And especially his emotional scenes in the first film is really great. I love the scene about him. Like he's like I'm supposed to die, but like there's a reason I'm still here. It's great stuff. And the cast is great in that film. Jeff Bridges is great in this film. I just love his line. Tony Stark built us in a cave with a bunch of scraps. I just he brings that level of great presence and threat compared to some of the other basically the Phase 2 villains.
Because at least Phase 2 villains were kind of weak.
Yeah, I want to say, folks, Phase 1 villains are good. They're not forgettable like Phase 2. It's just the way they get killed or how they adapt them sometimes are a little weak. So I mean. Justin Obadiah Stane, Ironmonger is a serviceable villain. He works in the film, but it's a great solo film. So number 2, what is for you, Will? Number 2.
My number 2 is Thor Ragnarok.
Whoa! I knew it.
I love Taika Waititi.
Of course.
And just I'm a huge fan of Norse mythology, so it was fun seeing different things from that come into play. But definitely Taika's humor is definitely what I love most about that film. It really reinvented the character, made him more interesting, fun to watch. So I love that movie.
Wow. I want to say, you mentioned the Norse mythology. I love, the joke about Thor. He told Valkyrie and Bruce about Loki tricking him about the snake, and I didn't know that's actually the way Thor, the real Thor in Norse mythology, gets killed. He was like, "Oh, when I was a child, I was fascinated by snakes, and then of course I pick up one, and then I was looking, and he stabbed him, and like Mark Ruffalo's reaction is like, oh my god!" He turns around and sees Loki, and Loki has that smirk. It's one of the best jokes for me. It's so hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh god. I love Taika Waititi. Have you seen his other films like What You Do in the Shadows? Like,
Yeah, love that movie.
I love that
watch
movie.
it every October for Halloween.
Oh my god.
My favorite movie of his though is Hunt for the Wilder People.
Oh my god. I need to see them.
It's really good.
Oh my god. I know. And Sam Neill's in this film, and he's in that film. I want to say
Yeah.
that.
He's
Oh,
in a lot of Taika's movies, I think.
Oh, that's cool. Oh yeah, and they're both New Zealand, right?
They're both from New Zealand.
Yeah. Oh god, and Matt Damon's cameo in this film is hilarious. I love the Thor that they're up there. I was like, oh my god. And hearing Anthony Hopkins saying, pardon my French, oh shit, and like he just he sees Thor. Oh my god, it cracks me up. Oh god. Oh god, yeah, this movie is great. I wish I put Thor Ragnarok higher. I just because like it's just his trilogy. Thor's trilogy is so inconsistent. It just but I agree. What you have said so far, Will. It reinvent Thor. Taika Waititi has a voice, and he's very confident as a director, and he brings it all in this film, and I love that. So, but I think you did the right thing, and it's a great film. And also it projects Thor's story arc in the later adventure films, Infinity War and Endgame, so well.
Yeah.
Some retcons, especially in Infinity War, but it worked well, and he had better things to do than the first two adventure films, honestly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I agree. Yeah. Okay, let's get into number one. Yeah, I will put Captain America: Civil War. I love this film. I think it's the one that I like. Besides, like I haven't seen, like, when you see films twice, for me, that's when I say you're my favorite film. Like, Winter Soldier and Guardians of the Galaxy in 2014 were my first Marvel movies that I saw twice, and they're my favorite and personal. When I saw Civil War, I saw it twice, and I love this film. I think Civil War is one of the best, almost the best film to start off Phase 3, and it show you what Marvel Studios can do. Phase 3 is the better phases, folks.
Yeah, Phase 3 is very good.
Yeah, strong, consistent. I mean, yeah, you got a couple that I don't care about, but it's only two, and that's great. Or the rest I can care about.
Which two don't you care for?
Not that bad, but like I'm like, okay. I would say Ant-Man and Wasp and Captain Marvel. I would say.
Okay.
Captain Marvel I like more, and I just wish the execution of Carol's, Carol Danvers' character arc was better, And Ant-Man and Wasp, I don't want to say it's bad. It's just I wish they was a little more, like, I wish they had a focus and like importance than just being silly and just small. Like, I get we're small, but like it doesn't mean like it's such a weird movie for me how they approach their second film. So yeah, it's a little hard for me to explain like why I don't care.
We don't have to get into it right now. But.
Yeah, exactly. But those are the films I just feel like it didn't reach the height, but I mean I don't hate it, like Thor: The Dark World or Age of Ultron, or the Incredible Hulk. That's forgettable,
Yep.
So so I Civil War was a great start of Phase 3. It did the impossible, handling so many characters but doing it very well compared to other X-Men films or Batman v Superman and their universe. I mentioned previously before how that they not only brought in some characters into the MCU fold and exposed them to the wide audience like Ant-Man. They did a good job of setting up two new characters for their franchise. Spider-Man and Black Panther.
Yeah.
And I mean, you look at Batman and Superman, they were trying to establish five characters and one character that got one solo film. But after that film, like it was like apples, tomatoes, whatever you call that phrase. It's a really strong content film. I love the action scenes. The airport scene is iconic, and it's very, very good. What else? As an Iron Man fan, I really like this one for Iron Man. I think they did a better job of handling Iron Man than really Age of Ultron. I mean, I don't know. Everyone talked about this. This is a better Avengers movie over Age of Ultron. I feel like this did better of handling themes and characters more than, for me, what Age of Ultron did. In my opinion, folks, I know some will like the film. I understand, and I just personally, for me, it doesn't reach. It just didn't accomplish what they were trying to do, fortunately, and I think Civil War did it better. But yeah, so that's number one. What's your number one?
My number one is the first Iron Man movie.
Oh my God, Will, I was gonna tell you, I was considering putting it at number one, but I felt like, let me change it up. Put number two as Iron Man. Wow, I love this now. So, what make you put Iron Man, the first Iron Man, in number one?
Yeah, I just think it's a really strong, standalone movie. It doesn't have to be connected to the greater MCU to be, a great film. I think there's a lot of great, character arcs, and the dialogue is memorable and compelling, and cool action scenes. It felt very unique when it came out. It felt special.
Yeah.
And I think it really cemented the Marvel formula, but since it was the first, it didn't feel stale. And I think anything that has come out since that has tried to copy that isn't quite as interesting, or doesn't grab you as much as the original Iron Man did.
And I want to say, I think the MCU films do it better over the ones outside of it. I feel like DC, the good comparison is Green Lantern, the 2011 film with Ryan Reynolds.
Mm-hmm.
It was trying to be like that, and it fell miserably.
Yeah.
And because, sorry, go ahead, Will.
Well, yeah, I just think DC would be better served to try to do their own thing instead of copying Marvel, which they are doing, and it's worked out well sometimes. So.
Yeah. And because the interesting thing about it, Marvel did a good job handling the formula of what Iron Man set up, but they did it differently sometimes for these films. Thor is not a direct origin for Thor. It's a coming age kind of film, and he's already set up as Thor. Where First Avenger is a traditional superhero origin story, but it does a very good job of doing character development.
Yeah.
So that's the thing I like about that film. It's just movies like Ant-Man. I feel like that's a better film with I like the train montage. I like how he gets to prepare himself to be Ant-Man, where the third act falls out. And then you got Doctor Strange, which is a good solo film, but it struggles to be it struggles what Doctor Strange should be as a person. Yeah. And I feel it didn't have the confidence the first film of Iron Man. And
Doctor Strange felt like it was trying to be Iron Man but with magic instead of being its own thing.
Exactly. The best origin story so far for me has been the team ups. Avengers is a good like Orange's story film. Guardians of the
Yeah.
Galaxy is great.
Mhm.
I put Guardians over the first Avengers as a good team up film. Or are you gonna disagree with that?
Yeah, the first Avengers movie is so good.
Oh, I agree. I understand why. For
Yeah.
you, I understand. Yeah, I'm just saying that's my opinion because I love Guardians. And
Yeah,
just-
no, the first Guardians movie is also incredible. But
yeah,
the first Avengers movie really is like top tier.
yeah, of course. And yeah, I'm excited for Eternals coming out this February.
Yeah, well, it'll probably get delayed because of the pandemic, but
Yeah. Oh
yeah, I
dear.
think everything's gonna get pushed back about a
Yeah.
year.
Oh no, please. It's already bad today. I heard Tenet is moving to next year. I think. Ugh.
Yeah, I think I saw that it got delayed indefinitely.
I hate this.
Yeah, well,
Yeah. Well, that's our rankings, everyone. Anything else for the first Iron Man film? Will, in the
no,
ranking?
I think you covered it pretty well when you talked about it as your number 2. So
That's true. Well, thank you everyone for joining this podcast of Iron Man 2, the 10th anniversary talk. Thank you, Will, for coming back again.
yeah,
I was very
thank
happy.
you for having me. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, after RoboCop 2, when you mentioned Iron Man 2, I was like, oh my god, this is incredible. Connections.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was really fun to go back to see this film and just see, like, man, it's already 10 years.
yeah, that feels crazy.
Yeah, and this is like the third film of the MCU film, and then 10 years, we're in 23 films.
Yeah, it kind of exploded after that.
Exactly. It's incredible. Yeah. Um, yeah, well, I guess, I mean, we set up Iron Man 2. What do you want to do for a future podcast? Well, another Marvel Studios film or something else? What do you want to do?
If you wanted to do another Marvel movie, we could do that.
Okay. I like, I don't know. This pandemic is getting a little crazy. I don't know, because I want to do like a Black Widow lead up because and like I don't know. I guess you want to do Thor: The Dark World.
Okay, yeah. You
Yeah,
want to just do
let's-
the sequels for the
Yeah,
big 3?
yeah, the big three. Yeah, because it'd be better to do something different. So yeah, so let's do Thor: The Dark World and get that over it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because I haven't seen properly Thor: The Dark World, so I'll be trying to just to see it again.
Mhm.
It's full. Okay, so everyone, our next podcast will be Thor: The Dark World. Soon. So, yeah, thank you, Will, for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, and yeah, everyone, have a nice day, everyone. Of course, subscribe and like my content of my YouTube channel, Andreas, the Pop Culture Guide channel.